How's everybody doing? How is everybody out there in the decoding world doing on this fantastic Saturday night? And thanks for joining me. Thanks for sharing some of your time with this decoding family. And I gotta get this music changed. But welcome out to What's Your Question number 19. And it's one of my favorite numbers because of the power that 19 carries with it. Of course, it's one of the main reasons why it was chosen to add to that big word on the world stage that's going around, that idea. And of course, 19 is linked to the word battery. And it's the sun card in the tarot. Now, does that have anything to do with that big topic on the world stage that has a number 19 attached to it? Well, I mean, that big word that has the number 19 attached to it is linked to the word corona, which of course is tied to the word sun. And if you've been paying attention to this great research that all of us had been participating in, that's kind of the boss in this reality. And it has a say-so in so much. Matter of fact, big shout out to Santos Bonacci and Danny and Anne-Marie and all those at the Syncretism Society. And Santos, in the last podcast, I think it was, in the live stream they did either number 11 or 12, maybe it wasn't the last one, but he particularly mentioned that the incarnation-reincarnation process has to do with the sun and the moon, and the moon is feminine, which dumps us back out here on planet Earth, and the sun is the taker. And of course, that's a no-brainer, because if you go outside in the hot days of summer, the dog days of summer, you will start to precipitate, and that's you evaporating. And that's what the sun does. It is a giver with the light, but it's a taker. And in nature's trinity, it's the sun that takes, and it gives to the moon, which condenses, and then the moon, we know, runs the tides and water, and the moon is feminine, and it gives birth to the precipitation, the rain. But that's that's nature's way of saying how it works. Santos goes on to say that they're portals. They're what was the word he used? Stargates, portals. And they work something like that. I mean, beyond the scope of those words that I just used and he used, who knows? But when you really start to synchronize things, you can see that that is probably the way it works. And if you're a big fan of the axiom, as above, so below, well, then you would definitely pay tribute to what I just explained. So anyway, welcome out. What's your question number 19? Got a jam-packed, as always, show for you, and some announcements. I'm going to be jumping into your comments, going to be doing some tarot tonight. Last What's Your Question? I'm going to do a lot of cards, but I really want to get focused on the phone calls, because a lot of you have some things you want to get off your chest, you want to say, and I've invited people here to come on and speak their voice, because I'm not a huge fan of emails, and if you send me an email, I'll reply, but I just know that I'm not a fan of them, and that the only reason why is because they take too long. It takes up too much time to sit there and type, and I'd rather, for me, I'm more into the voice messaging, and that's why I put in my email, my 3 contact numbers, which are all the same. My WhatsApp, my Telegram, and my Signal are all the same number, which is based on my US phone number, which I only can use through the internet because I'm here in Mexico. I have another number that I use with my Mexican cell phone. So, some announcements before I jump into today's What's Your Question number 19. And again, a big shout out to the Syncretism Society. As most of you know, I am a part of the Syncretism Society. I'm a proud partner of the Syncretism Society. Wherever that's going to go, yes, I will continue to keep my Decode Your Reality brand and my Cosmic Sugar and my readings and however that's going to line up, but I will be bolting on some new things for the Syncretism Society. And if you haven't joined their podcast, Syncretism Society on YouTube, please go subscribe. Santos has particularly said to people that he's gravitating towards that platform because he's going to be really utilizing that more than his Mr. Astro Theology, which has 225,000 followers. And the Syncretism Society, folks, is going to be a really big thing. Think of Gaia TV. We've been talking about this, and it will be its own network. And I don't know what that will look like in all its totality, but I'm a really proud partner to be in with all of these guys and gals that are starting to ramp this thing up. And I know there's going to be growing pains, but nonetheless, they're going to be launching the virtual academy very soon. They don't have a projected date, but I know it's within probably a few weeks, and I say that loosely, even sooner than that perhaps. But it will include memberships. You'll have to obviously become a member to get certain functionalities and to get all the glitz and glamour. But in this platform, they will have, just like a network has, shows and segments. And I'm going to be bolting on and adding to what I can to make this platform expand and grow beyond what we think it can grow beyond. And I'm working on that right now. We're all working on that are part of the Syncretism Society. And I know I'm going to be utilizing Decode Your Reality, the mystical arts, the cards. I'm considering doing pick-a-card readings, which are really popular on the web today, if you know what you're doing, if you know how to read the cards. And I'm kind of leaning towards nutrition, bringing back a lot of my forte, which is nutrition, and teaching some classes with nutrition and health and, getting back your health and wellness. I mean, Danny's a big proponent of that, but together, I know we can share some big things on the world stage to help you get the healthiest you possibly can be. And you don't need to come to Mexico if you can't do that. Obviously, in today's world, it's very challenging to move around, but you just need the internet for right now, where you can utilize this tool, and it will be this tool that will be able to expand this knowledge that, all of us are coming together to bring to the world. And the virtual academy will have all these segments and shows to the members, and you will be able to have access to a lot of things, just like I said, like Gaia TV. I mean, I think they're a great platform. I don't agree with everything that they put out, but I mean, not everybody agrees with what I put out. Not everything agrees what Santos puts out, and so on and so forth. But you got to make the truth your own. And I think if you can stand in that possibility, if you can stand in that position, ladies and gentlemen, where you must make the truth your own, sure, you're going to resonate and gravitate towards people that share their ideas and what their truth is, but ultimately you have to make the truth your own. So you're literally a DJ of life. You're cherry picking certain layers of life and you're bringing it into your consciousness, and that's what you're creating, because ultimately everybody's living in your world, and it's a contradiction because everybody's living in mine and vice versa. So I believe wholeheartedly that there's no reason to argue. There's no reason to push your agenda on other people if they don't agree with the way you behave and act in this reality, because no one's going to judge you at the very tail end of when you pass on. It is a solo journey. So there's no point in getting and using and pulling out your Mars card, the god of war. That's how I like to call it. There's no reason to do that. The whole point of life is to experience it. And, as I've been saying over and over, I believe that it's the architect or architects that comes down here and experiences its own game. And I mean, if you think about this logically, folks, and I had said this before, and I'm going to be putting this on repeat, and I'm going to be saying it quite a bit over and over and over. So you're going to hear me say this a lot. But if you created your own game, if you're a video game creator, if you created Pac-Man or Mario Brothers, wouldn't you want to try out your game? Do you think the guy who created Pac-Man has played Pac-Man at least one time? That's a no-brainer. Of course he has. So why is it so far-fetched to think that whatever created this reality hasn't come down here and played its own game? And that's just using logic and common sense, folks, based upon our own real lives. And nothing more and nothing less. So, again, it's all about making the truth your own, folks, and that's where I stand. And it's very possible that we're creating our own fractals anyway, and whatever you end up believing in is what's going to happen to you in your next life, based upon, of course, what's going on in this life, and if you believe in karma and all that kind of stuff. So as you notice on these What's Your Questions now, there's specific cards. There's the animal tarot in there. There's the tarot. Today is a Jack of Hearts day. That's what today is. Every day on the calendar has a card that is directly linked to it. And of course, there are duplicates of some of these cards. Of course, there's only one card in the deck, actually two cards, that do not have duplicates. That would be January 1st, which is the King Spades card, and December 31st, which is the Joker card. Those are the only two cards that never duplicate. And some of these other cards do. For instance, like I said, today is the Jack of Hearts card number 11, which is linked to the Christ, because Jesus is spelled with a J, the Jack's spelled with a J. So these are really important to know. And if you study the cards and the charts and you look at what the day's going to bring, people do this with astrology. People do this with numerology, but they like, okay, well, what is the card bringing for its energy? What does this card mean? It gets really, really interesting. And if you're going to probably lean towards a specific platform, and you'll be able to utilize that for your own personal life. So, let's get into some of your questions, because that's what this whole platform is what's your question? Let me just take this down so I get a little more light. Okay. What's my tattoo? Well, I have several tattoos. I have a tattoo, I don't know if you probably can't see it. I have to go like that, but I have a tattoo here, which is a raven on a skull. I got this in London in 1993 when I was in the United States Air Force. I was stationed over in England my entire tour, and that was the tattoo I got in London, and it has lasted amazingly. It's just so amazing how much this sucker's lasted. And there's significance to that because it's the 16th card, the raven tied to Lucifer. And then I have, of course, I just got this one, which I'm having to have to redo again because the skin is so thin on here. The color wears out. But this is to remind me that life's a joke, and to smile and be happy and laugh, and the sun. And I was born on a Sunday. My longitude is 41 degrees north, 71 degrees east, and that's the numbers of Lucifer. And no, that doesn't mean I'm the devil, folks. Ultimately, we're all the devil. It just means that I'm tied to that sun, and I believe Lucifer is the sun in a lot of ways. And then my whole arm is sleeved. I have 5 phoenixes, and I have a samurai with a dragon, which I got in England as well. And then my first tattoo was this set of eyes right here. I got in Illinois when I was in my training for the military I was a mechanic. I was just a heavy duty equipment mechanic. And that was the first tattoo I ever got, was a set of green eyes. Of course, there's so much, my entire tattoo, the whole symbolism is the phoenix rising. And I had no idea what I was doing back then. It's got fire and phoenixes and going up through the water, and this is all as above, so below. And my entire life, ladies and gentlemen, has been scripted. My mother and father had a Pontiac Phoenix for a car, a silver one. Silver's neutrality. I remember it. And then, of course, they had the Eagle Talon, the Eagle Premier. There's so many birds. My mom used to raise parakeets, a lot of birds, and kept in cages. And what is very fascinating, I'm coming out, and tonight I have, if this internet allows me to, I have a sneak peek of a prison planet. And it's ruffling a lot of feathers because people get down on that. Because they instantly look at prison and they think, oh, this is going to be dystopian. This is going to be really bad. But, it's like I've been showing this over and over. And, what's very fascinating about how I know my life is scripted and I know your life is scripted, whether you want to admit that or not, that's totally fine. I can break down anybody's life and I can show you how scripted it is. You can either accept it or reject it, but it's going to stare you in the face. So I've decoded my life. I've shared many of my personal things and my decodes throughout the course of Decode Your Reality. And someone had asked me the other day, what did your parents do in life? And you know what? I never freaking looked at this. Both my parents worked for the prison system. They both worked for my dad ended up retiring as a captain for the state of Connecticut, and my mom was a secretary for the warden, both for the state of Connecticut. I was born in Connecticut. And then if I were to show you my natal chart in astrology, I have what's called a stellium, which is 3 or more planets in one particular house. I have 5, including Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, Sun. I have these planets in my 3rd house. And the 3rd house is Gemini. And I had shown Gemini's symbol is the 2 bars. And some of you are like, oh my God, that's crazy. Like jaw on the floor. That's the kind of stuff that I'm finding in my own personal life. How's that freaking possible? That I have all this energy in my 3rd house, which is Gemini, which is ruled by Mercury, the planet of communication. And my parents, both of them worked in the prison system. You think that's an accident? And they had a Phoenix for a car. I got Phoenixes. Folks, I'm like a poster child for being scripted. And I'm not the only one. Many of you have found your code, and you're continually finding your code. I think what I'll end up doing on the Syncretism Society, I'll probably end up showing everyone my entire script and show you exactly who I am. I mean, some of you know who I am, but you don't really know because I don't share a lot of my stuff. I don't need to go into personal stuff, but I mean, folks, everywhere I go, it shows me that I'm supposed to be. Like, I'm here in Mexico, and if I showed you the significance, like the first podcast I did here when I got here, there was a black scorpion on the floor. And what was the significance of that? What did it mean? I know what it meant. I know what scorpions mean. We're the scorpion. We're the Scorpio. It's death and regeneration. It's the 8th zodiac sign. It's tied to the spinal cord. We know that now. And the scorpion is all about power. And it rules over the number 5 and the number 2, which is Leo and Taurus. All the 3 of the 4 fixed signs. The other one's Aquarius. So that was my long tattoo and sharing some of my personal life with all of you. Richard, nice to have you. Who made the Eagle line? If you're meaning the cars, I don't remember who did. I think it was Chrysler. I know Chrysler had a car. The Chrysler, my dad had an Eagle Talon, and Chrysler had the Laser, the Plymouth Laser. So maybe it's Plymouth. Ethan, how nice to have you, buddy. How was that state-issued toilet paper your folks bought home? That's funny. I'm looking at your comments, folks, so just bear with me. Some of your questions I'm trying to get to. Nice to have all of you here. I can't acknowledge everybody, but I'm acknowledging everybody right now. Thanks for joining me tonight. You could have, as I said, you could have been anywhere tonight, but you decided to come here, and I'm grateful for that. So, Jeep Sahara, nice to have you. Who created the rules? The architect did, or the architects did. Folks, let me just tell you something. I watched a movie the other day, last week, right after the hurricane. I watched the movie, the hurricane that passed through. And the name of the movie was Marvel's Black Widow. And if you've been paying attention to this great research and how everything ties in, it's just a matter of you trying to find the code. But let me just show all of you, just to remind you, of, the hell is it? God, it had to be so far in the damn back. Yeah, it's all the way in the back. So this card right here, 43, spider card. The spider's linked to Yaldabaoth, the great octopus, which may be over the earth harnessing its energy. And it's not just any particular spider, it's the Black Widow spider. If you look at the Black Widow spider, what does it have on its body? It has the hourglass in red. How about that? And there is so much synchronicities in the Black Widow. So that movie, I checked it out, folks. I had gotten a download that blew my doors off. Blew my freaking doors off, that movie. And it was just one or two scenes. That's all I needed. And that led me to the constellation called Draco. And it also led me to science. Those of you that are science buffs. And there's a word that if some of you are curious, you may want to Google it. And that word is called a phage. Phage. A phage. And the phage is tied to this word called bacteriophage, which are supposedly the good guys in our micro world. They can attack things on a micro level. They can go kill things on a micro level to keep your body healthy. But there must be a duality to that. If you go study the phages in science and you look at the shape of the phage, you're going to see that there's a match in that movie Black Widow. And it was a huge, folks, when I say big, I'm not exaggerating. This is, I'm coming out with this Prison Planet Decode very soon. It has been a collaboration of countless hours and years of research. That's how far back this goes. I didn't even know it at the time, but when I go back and look at some of my older folders, they're now being brought into this new folder. And that phage and that movie Black Widow and that whole movie is all based upon the spiders and being under control, mind control. So anyway, I'll leave it at that. But folks, if you haven't seen that movie, check it out. And if you feel the urge to go look up the word phage or bacteriophage and study that a little bit in science, because that is an indicator of how our reality is run, because it's all fractal, it's all as above, so below, and we're the as above, the so below is the micro world, and it goes up and it goes down. Most people don't study the micro world, the microcosmos. They don't study that stuff. They don't realize that there's a whole nother world going on down there. And of course, these organisms are not as complex as we are, but they're still working predator-prey, and there is still the same kind of things going on down in that world as there is going on in this world. And of course, then logic and common sense would tell you that then you'd go up another level and you'd have something beyond the physical reality that's running the show. Because you see, folks, I believe that we're all cells inside of a battery. We operate as a team, and we're the cells of a battery. On the circuit board, transistors. And right now inside your body, you have trillions of cells that work for you. They work for you. You don't have to tell them a damn thing. They already know what they're going to do. They know what their job is. And that's why I believe we are the same way. We may not, like, deep down inside, we're like, oh, I feel like I'm going to go to the park today. That's what people get into this whole debate about free will. I'm like, I'm not really interested in debating whether or not we have free will. But I can certainly say with certainty, because of my decoding and the research and the countless hours that I have, that we are following our script. That's a no-brainer now. And some of you have caught on to that. And you can see it with your own two eyes. Some people want to resist it because, I don't know why. Because they feel like they have no control. But like the cells in your body, I mean, do they know they're being controlled? The white blood cells in your body, they have a very specific job to do, and they can't deviate away from that job. Same with bacteria. Bacteria, what is bacteria's job? It's constantly coming into your biofield and mine, everybody's. And what is its job? To tear things down. That's what its freaking job is, folks. Cancer, if you look at cancer and the cancer cell, what is its job? Destruction. That's what its job is. And then you have your immune system, which is supposed to be able to take care of this kind of stuff. And that's why it's really important to live in a state of homeostasis, which is balance, which I showed in my 33 Decoded, which has been off the charts. Thanks everybody for watching and supporting that video. It's becoming a home run for the information. And I clearly showed how the machinations of this world works. Through various models, not just one model, various, and how they all sync up together. It's the 33 and the 32, and that's 65, which is tied to zinc and the demiurge. And I mean, it's just all keeps going back to man following a script. That's how it works. Have I ever decoded the brain? Yes. I decoded the brain. I included a snippet of the brain in my 33 Decoded. I had talked about the dorsal and ventral root that comes out of the gray matter of your brain. The dorsal and ventral root are the Y. They form a Y or an X. Dorsal and ventral root are the splitting off points of the gray matter of your brain. And that in numerology, through the Chaldean, equals the number 46, which is a direct match, not a little bit close, a direct match to the words Jesus and Lucifer. It's a direct match to the original spelling from the Hebrew, the biblical tree of life. That equals the number 40. I'm going to be showing it. That equals the number 46. That's us. And the tree is our spinal cord, and it runs up, and then of course the lungs are part of the tree. It looks like a freaking tree. It's a no-brainer. Spinal cord is the tree trunk, and it goes down to the root, and that's the 33. And you can fit a torus field right over the body. If matter of fact, most of you should know that we are individual torus fields, and the chakras fit all up inside here. But I'm going to be showing which chakra we are servicing inside this cosmic egg called Earth. Okay. So yes, that's my long answer for have I decoded the brain. I love the brain. And we're just receiving stations. That's all it is. To provide feedback. Like, if you were to smash your finger, what provides the feedback to your brain to tell you that you smashed your finger? Something's responsible for that. That's on the micro level, folks. Well, we are on the micro freaking level to the as above. Whatever's outside this reality, we are its micro. We provide feedback. Let me just take a sip of my grape punch here. My big ass glass. That way I don't make a mess. All right. Tobin, nice to have you. 6'4", nice. So you're a builder, man. Anybody that has a birthday number 4, you're a builder. 4 is the cube, folks. I mean, any of you that are 4s, it's the cube. And you're a builder. You're everything, but your primary focus is, I mean, I'm a 4. What do you think I'm doing? What am I doing? I mean, I have a life path number 26, so you have to couple that in with your birthday. You must take your birthday, couple it in with your life path, which is your soul contract, which is what your blueprint is. And then you got to bring that in. There's ways to break down your numerology, the consonants, the vowels of your names. First, middle, and last. If you have a middle name, there's significance there. The last name of your mother and your father. Your last name of your father and your mother's maiden name. You can decode that. And what you'll notice is that it's all linking to the father. It just keeps going back to that. Use a bucket. That's funny. Nice. So, folks, by now you should know what your life path is. It's a dominant layer of your reality. And then your birthday, dominant layer in your reality. You should know what day of the year you were born on. Dominant layer in your reality. How dominant, I can't say, but it's going to have significance there. It's going to bridge into something. You got to locate where you were born, the latitude, longitude of the city you were born in, the latitude, longitude of the house you grew up in, the numerology of the full address of the house you grew up in, just the numbers of the house you grew up in. The phone number that you had growing up as a child has layers of code that are going to be linked to your whole life. Your phone number, if you take your phone number right now, your total phone number, and add it up, that's going to have significance to it. I'm saying this because I'm using myself as an example. And folks, I'm no better than anybody. Okay, my life's coded, your life's coded. Doesn't make me special because my life's coded, and some people say, my life's not coded. Bullshit, your life is coded. You follow a script. How much can you deviate away from that? I don't know. And I'm not interested in debating that. I'm not interested in debating it. Don't care. What I do know is we all have a blueprint and we all have a code. And when you wake up and you feel great and you can't wait to start your day, you're on track. If you wake up and you feel like shit and you're like, I hate my life, you're not on track. That could be the free will aspect. I started decoding this stuff with the 33 and the 32, and there's a lot of things in the 33 decoded, a lot of things I left out. Couldn't include everything. It was over 2 hours. I could have went 4. But the 32 tied to germanium and the element germanium, of course you got to bring the periodic table. These are bridges. Very special these elements are. Many of them we have up inside of us. But germanium, the 32nd element, has an average atomic weight of 72. Why is the 72 so special? Tied to the story of the 72 angels and demons. For every angel, there's a demon. Yin yang. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? You got both. Even the people that say, oh, I'm a light worker. I'm a light worker. It's funny, I had to Blocking is like become one of my favorite things on Facebook. I have just my toleration at this point now. It's like I don't even want to test it, so I just block people. And I had this dude who comes at me, and he's got the Messiah complex, and I have had folks. I can't even count them since I've been doing this research. How many people have come at me via email or messaging or on my social media saying they're the chosen one, saying that they are responsible for healing the world, saying that it is through them that the world will make this major change. And I'm just like, okay, but you might want to take a number over there, because there's a line. And that's called the Messiah complex. And a lot of people have it. I could easily say that I am the chosen one. I could easily start saying, yep, my life's really important and I'm this and I'm that. I don't go that route, right? As you know, I'm very private with my life, and what I shared with you tonight about my parents being in the prison system, I don't really share that kind of stuff, but it's just funny now, right? It's just like, and I just found that just based upon, as it was that dude I had to block. So I had given him thanks for that, because that was a huge thing for me that I never saw. And of course, I'm decoding Prison Planet. It's tied to Gemini, and Gemini is the prison bars. So I knew it right there. I knew, and it was a huge fine discovery, and it was because of that guy. So I was grateful. But just, I have no toleration. If you're going to be an asshole and you're going to come at me and you're going to start swearing and stuff, forget it, man. I'm not interested. If you don't agree with what I got to say, cool. This guy's telling me that, I'm slinging, like evil magic. That's what this guy's saying. And I'm just like, dude, you obviously don't get it. And then the way you come at me, it's like, and you call yourself a light worker? Don't make those claims. Besides, folks, there is no such thing as a light worker. There are people that work in the light, because there's nothing light about us. We are dark. If we all stand in a dark room, go stand in a pitch black room with your friends. Turn off all the lights, and then try to open your eyes and see if you can see somebody. I guarantee you there's one fact, and if it's pitch black, you will not see a single person. I don't care if they're standing right here in front of you. We are dark. We were born from the dark. The womb is dark. There's no light in your mother's belly. None. There's no light in our belly. And then we're born into this world. And then we work in the light. We work in the light. That's what we do. Our egos, our identity, they work in the light. And then at night, we work in the dark. Pretty simple concept. But we're both the 72 angels and demons. And folks, I started digging into this. Wow, I'm talking like mind-blowing, like freaking mind-blowing. Mind-blowing, what I found. And I'm going to be sharing it with all of you. And there's going to be no denying it on my end. I'm not here to force anything upon anybody. I don't give a shit anymore. I'm not at that position. You're either going to get it or you're not. It's a matter of making the truth your own. There's no reason to argue and say, you're wrong. It's this. Folks, just do your shit, man. Do your thing. Do your thing. I don't want to hear about it. Everybody's got these stories. Great. Totally fine. But I can guarantee you one thing. If you know common sense and logic, everything comes from the darkness. Dark is first. That's not even an opinion. Spark. People say, I'm from the spark. What do sparks come from? Nothing. Darkness. That's why the occult and the secret knowledge and stuff, it's scary and spooky. And that's why monsters hide there, because they know that that's where the secret information is all at. That's where it comes from. You got to be willing to scrape away all your programmed beliefs as a child and growing up and release all that stuff and maybe take a step forward into those layers to see exactly how this reality works. And I can guarantee you one thing, it doesn't start with the light. It starts with the dark. I had put out this meme and I said, those of you that are light workers, you better start making friends with the dark, because if you don't, you're not going to have a job. Those of you that are claiming, oh, I'm from the light and all this stuff, all this fairy dust kind of stuff. You better make friends. You better make best friends with the dark, because without the dark, you ain't got no job. You might as well say goodbye to your existence. Down here. So far, folks, this is where we're at. We're down here. We are freaking down here in duality. That is one fact that no one can argue. We are all down here. And it's duality. And it is survival of the fittest. And it's scripted. But I mean, folks, if you listen, here's a suggestion for you, right? A prescription. As a metaphysician, I give prescriptions for the mind. Here's one of them. If you're on YouTube, if you're on social media and you have any hack that starts to intercept your conversations and starts to be an asshole, get rid of the person. Because, and I'm just as much to blame, so I'm telling myself this when I stare into this camera and I talk to all of you. I'm telling myself this. Because what we are programmed to do, we are programmed primarily, not every time, but the majority of the time, we are programmed to engage and defend and stand our ground. Whereas if you just delete the person, block them, you end up taking that energy that you were going to dump into defending or putting a person in check or whatever, and you end up transmuting that energy into something else that's helpful and useful for you. That's how magic works, by the way. The basic fundamentals of magic. What are you going to do with the energy that you're putting out there on the world stage? So if you can't engage with somebody, or if you can't tolerate someone's, like I said, this dude and he started ripping into me, and I'm like, I have no toleration for that. I don't even want to engage in that. So I just gave him a shot. And then he kept going. I'm like, forget it. I blocked him. Go do your thing, dude. Don't care. Go live your life, man. I don't want no part of that. That's why, in front of my videos, the majority of them, not all of them, but the majority of my videos, it says right in the beginning, the disclaimer, these are my opinions and truths. Mine. I don't push them on anybody. Yes, I'm stern. I'm firm in what I believe. Of course, aren't you? Everybody is. But I clearly say in the beginning of my videos, these are my opinions and truths. I'm suggesting their possibilities for you to consider. And then you can use your own logic and discernment to make your own truth. That's what it's all about. And it's like I can't keep putting these disclaimers out on my social media. I put it out there, and then I get ding-dongs coming in and just being an ass. They don't know how to handle themselves. And they obviously, a lot of people, and it's not their fault, obviously, but they just don't understand the machinations of how this world works. It's not my job to teach people. I try to throw things out on social media, and there's some things out there that people just don't get and understand, and you get the thumbs down and all, whatever. There's no such thing as a 5-star rating anyway, but nonetheless, the point is that it's not my job to teach somebody the machinations of this world. My incarnation, and I know what it is, part of it, is to show people how the machinations of this world works. Now, you may not agree with that. That's totally fine. But that's my job. That's one of my jobs, one of my responsibilities, part of my code. What you end up doing with it is completely up to you. Just don't be an asshole about it. It's amazing. Some people I just laugh. And I could keep going on and on. I'm not even going to go into it because it's not worth putting my energy into. All right. David, nice to have you. Your first and middle name equals 79. Yeah, you could decode your first and middle name, and then you can separate your last name. because that name is something that you inherited. Your parents didn't give you that per se. It's a lineage. So you can take your first and middle name, bring those together and decode those. You can do your alchemology on your first and middle name. And then you can, of course, separate your last name, figure out what that's going to be, your mother's maiden name, bring your mother's maiden name in with your last name, decode those two together, do the alchemology of those two. You're going to start to find code that's going to sync to something else. And a lot of you have opened up many doors, and your life is not the same now because of it. Your life should be better. It should be more enhanced. Yeah, and then I want to say this because I just thought this was really funny. So this person I had to block, and this is where the comedy comes in. He had to make a point of posting something up on my page of a screenshot of him communicating with a Facebook page that was tied to Rothschild. And the comical thing is, this guy thinks that he's dealing with the real Jacob Rothschild. And he downloaded that, and it was automatically, he become a Messiah complex. Oh my God, that's Jacob Rothschild communicating with me. And he said this about me. When you can clearly see it's not even the real dude. Yeah, Jacob Rothschild, one of the most powerful men in the world, is on Facebook, and he's communicating with you and telling you that you're a savior. Yeah, sure. Okay. Buy me another drink. Make it a Long Island iced tea. Yeah, I'm telling you, folks, it's comical. I transmute it and I laugh about it, but then when I laugh and then I'm like, okay, I'm done laughing, and it's time to block. Okay, so let me show you guys. I know it's funny, right? Bobby's laughing, Pamela's laughing. Well, I'm telling you, folks, that's how delusional people get. That's the level of delusion people get into. They just it's like me trying to tell somebody, hey, oh my God, Donald Trump, he sent me this message, told me how special I was. Yeah, sure. Good luck getting that story for people to buy into. Yeah, I'm telling you, and that's what I said. He's like, dude, you're embarrassing. And what you're selling, man, trying the Messiah complex, I don't know who's buying that, but... All right, so some people suck and need to be blocked. Yeah, it was just hilarious, though. I'm telling you. Benny Riley, thank you so much for your support. I appreciate all of you out there that have joined in tonight. W.A., your full name is 93. Well, I don't know, is your full name 93 in Chaldean numerology, or it can't be alchemology? So I would need to know what that would be. But you should go watch my How to Decode Yourself video. It shows you how to break down to your alchemology. Yeah, there you go, Denise. Daily mantra. Don't be an asshole. Don't be an asshole. Don't be an asshole. That should be a daily mantra for everybody. So I want to, folks, I really want to, let me just take a sip here. I'm getting really parched for some reason. Okay. So I wanted to share with all of you some more personal things that have come my way. And and all of you are getting downloads. I know you are. Some of you are paying attention to them. Some of you your life gets in the way. I get that. But remember, if a song pops in your head, you should be decoding that. Okay, so I know I'm going to get it from some people. I don't really care, though. I have Amazon Echo. I have a Alexa. I don't care if it's listening because I have nothing to hide. That's how I look at it. But anyway, it's cool because I can pick up words and learn languages, and it's pretty cool. But anyway, I utilize that Alexa to get downloads, and I ask it occasionally, Alexa, well, I'm not even gonna say it because she just popped. But I'll ask her to play a song. And it will be, my normal routine is when I get up and I go take a shower and I come back in my room, I got my AC going on and I'm, putting my deodorant on, whatever. And a song usually pops in my head without even thinking about it. And I'll ask her to play an artist. Because they're not going to play the song probably. It'll be just the artist. And folks, I'm telling you, the decodes that I get from that little machine are unbelievable. How's that possible? Some of the decodes that I've put out on my Decode Your Reality channel that many of you have watched have that Echo Dot involved in it because it was an idea that I got from asking it to play some music randomly. And it did. And today was not an exception. And I'm going to show you guys and gals that in my preview of Prison Planet. It's new material that I added on to what's been going on for years now. And a part of it was I'm a fan of the show The Office. And I just watched an episode the other night on Amazon Prime. Makes me laugh. And he sang a song in that called Goodbye Stranger. And the band that sang that song is called Supertramp. Folks, the decodes I have gotten off that have been so profound. I wish that I could just throw them all out there and you could see within 5 minutes of instead of having to go and create all these graphics. Because, the 33 Decoded, I can't even tell you how many hours I had in creating all those graphics, putting them all together. I mean, that's part of my artistic side. I love creating and then compiling all the slides and then doing the video, which I use my microphone for, and then putting that in the timeline, adding the music, adding the intro, which is all improv. Folks, it's insane for me to think that I'm in control of my life if I show you everything. Insane. It would be ludicrous for me to say that I'm in control of my life, but it would be irresponsible. And it would be really not giving credit to whatever's running this reality, whatever that looks like. But you should be downloading and decoding the music that pops in your head, the song you randomly sang from the shower, the license plate you saw, the billboard that you saw, the phone number you saw in the window. If it stands out, decode it. Try to find a tie into that. So, and nonetheless, folks, I want to just tell everybody, John Steele, watch the Dark series. Yeah, Dark's amazing. It's actually going to be in Prison Planet. Part of it, Dark. Because of the element. If you watch Dark on Netflix, amazing show. In that show, there was an element on the periodic table that they use for time travel. If you haven't seen it, I'm not going to give it away. If you've seen it, you know what it is. It's in Prison Planet. Bobby, The Office English version, not British. So, I want to tell all of you, ladies and gentlemen, how I am being used as a catalyst to give you guys messages. Part of, and many of you are in this way too. Many of you are messengers. You just don't use it. But if you consciously believe that and you sit with that, You know, I mean, I have 5 planets in my third house. My third house is ruled by Mercury. Mercury is the planet of communication. I have Mercury in my third house. Third house runs communication. What am I doing to the world? Communicating. Telling the world. The third house is run by the ninth house. The ninth house is the higher mind. The third house is the lower mind. The third house is the solar plexus, intuition. The ninth house runs your higher mind. It's your silver lining. Owned and operated by Lord Jupiter. Lord Mercury, Lord Jupiter. I'm going to be showing this in my preview tonight. But nonetheless, folks, when I came here to Mexico, I've been getting a ton of symbolism. And it hit me the other day. So I want to share it with all of you. So here in the Yucatan, there's a lot of crocodiles. Maybe alligators, but there's a lot of crocodiles. And this place that I'm at, Puerto Morelos, there's 2 sides to it. There's the beach side, which is where I live. And then there's this long, like mile and a half road that leads in and out. And it goes to the north side of town. And that long stretch of road, I walk back from when I go to the gym's on the north side of town. I walk back. It's like a 35-minute walk. I do a lot of meditation. It's my time to think. But along that stretch, there's all water. And there's tons of signs telling you to watch out for crocodiles. So I've seen quite a few. I've taken videos of them. I've gotten photographs with them. I've gotten really close. I get really close. I'm not scared. They're about 5-6 foot. But they come up on the shore to sunbathe or whatever, rest. I've been seeing a lot of them. And so, you know, when I'm like, it didn't hit me until I started getting more downloads. And then I realized that it's tied to this. And I had just done a card pull for myself. And I normally don't do card pulls for myself. I'd rather pay somebody. I have my own person I go to because there's more predominance to it. And I just feel like me doing it's not as powerful. But anyway, I had connected a lot of dots. And this 50, the alligator crocodile, 50, as you know, if you've been following this research, is tied to the merger of worlds, Jupiter. And it's also tied to the cryptocurrency called XRP because it has the same symbol as the element tin. Now, I'm not saying that I'm seeing alligators because XRP and it's tied to crypto. No, but what I'm saying is what I can tell you, to kind of make a long story short, this right here is telling me that the reset is coming soon because these suckers are predators. And if you look at math, you have the greater than and less than, the greater than and less than, the V. Those fit right over the Taurus fields if you watch my Architected Universe. And this is tied to the Jack Spades, the Knight. Anytime, ladies and gentlemen, that you get a spade, here it is. Anytime you get a spade means earth, spirituality. This is the suit of earth. Fire, air, water, earth. And it's tied to the alligator card. Right there. Card 50. Which is tied to the throat chakra, which is tied to Jupiter. Maybe even Saturn. But I'm telling you, because folks, all these things that I've been downloading are telling me that there's going to be some kind of transition coming. I mean, that's obviously a no-brainer. I don't really have to speculate or go deep on that. What is that going to look like? I have no idea. But it's definitely tied to the changing of the guards. The 50. And then if you know where that sets, the 50. If you have been following this great research and you look at these numbers, especially through the string of pi, 50 starts at digit 31 and occupies digit 32, 31 and 32. which is 63, which is tied to europium and copper, which is the 29th element. 29 is tied to Yaldabaoth. Yaldabaoth has a big say in all this, which I think is tied to the constellation Draco and the Draconian, which obviously runs the Vatican. And then you bring in the Chinese zodiac and you get the snake. And when you look at the wheel, the astrological wheel in Chinese, you can see where the snake is and how perhaps the snake and the snake men and the reptilians maybe came into this reality. However that looks, I don't know. All right, let me just change this music. Hold on, folks. Hang on a sec, folks. Music's too... Hang on, folks. Hang on. All right. There we go. I was kind of falling asleep to that. Okay. Mr. Alligator has all those teeth and no toothbrush. It's really cool seeing them right up close. Those of you that live in Florida, I mean, it's probably a common occurrence, but for me, I've never been like that. I've never been really up close. But man, I tell you, it's really fascinating. I'm a animal lover, so it's just really fascinating for me. Dream State Logic, baby. That's my guy. It's my go-to guy. The music you're hearing in the background is an artist by the name of Dream State Logic. In the presentations that I do, I use primarily 99% of the time Dream State Logic. Kid's awesome. It's like a space ambient. It's what I usually listen to when I decode, because there's no lyrics to get me off course and it keeps me focused. '22 will be horrific for the unprepared. How do you get prepared? I mean, if I had to say and be authentic with all of you, I'm not prepared. I mean, I got 20 gallons of water out there. I mean, how much water can I freaking get? I mean, I could get 100 gallons, but then, I'm only here. My lease is here till December. And then I got to find another spot, or maybe I can extend it. I don't know. But like, how much food can you have? And all these things play on your mind. And is it possible that those that are service to the world that will graduate using, if you're a fan of the Law of One material, is it possible that we just will shift into the new earth and not have to deal with the bullshit? The people that are service to self, that have been ruining the earth, those people, is it possible they will just continue on the path of destruction and have to be eliminated through the process of the regeneration of Mother Earth? I had mentioned this. It's worthy of mentioning it again. I had mentioned this to all of you on my last What's Your Question? And I had said that, is it possible? I'm not saying it's true now. I'm just asking you to consider what I'm saying. If you look at the timelines of all the ancient cultures, and we can only go off of history, that's it. Whether it's blotted, changed, we don't know. Even what age we're in, how long they last, the typical 2,160 years. Who chose that? How do we know that's accurate? How do we know the great years over 25,000 years? How do we know that? Who decided upon that? Is it accurate? I don't know. And there's no one that can prove it. They're all opinions. But the timeline shows that we are 2021, and then you go back to 0, and then the Christ was supposedly born. We don't even know if that was real. The idea makes it real. And then you go back 4,000 or so years, and you're getting into the Egyptian timelines, and the Sumerians and the Phoenicians and the Anunnaki. Is that where the starting point, the fresh start of The board being wiped clean and mankind coming in. Is that what it looks like? It's possible. And if we run in cycles of 6 days a week, 7th day is the Sabbath day. 7th day, we're told to rest and reflect. Sunday, Saturday, whatever day that's going to be for you. The Sabbath day, if you fancy that. You're supposed to reflect on your previous 6 days. Each day, we're told, is 1,000 for the Creator. So is it possible, ladies and gentlemen, that we are coming on the end of a cycle and human beings must be eliminated from the board? Because we can sit here and point fingers and blame organizations like so many people do, which I would highly encourage you to stop following those people. You can say, yeah, okay, that's their position. That's what they do. Like, okay, a shark is a predator. Okay, the shark's the predator. Alligators, they're predators. Okay, it's a predator. It's doing its job. But this game runs in cycles. Nature runs in cycles. And no matter what, who's on the board, who's a predator, who's a prey, survival of the fittest, the game has a time. It's on a timer. And it's possible the sun that's in the sky is on a timer. And it's going to go out. That sun could be tied to the devil, which I showed in some of my decodes. And the devil only has a short period of time. And then it may go out, and then something's good. There's already, people have been sending me pictures and videos of people showing another sun in the background. You can see there's 2 of them. And then people will be like, oh, it's Photoshop. Well, at what point is it not Photoshopped, or it is Photoshopped? And is every picture Photoshopped? I mean, people are so programmed, it's fake, it's fraudulent, it's not real. And there's a lot of that going on. There's a lot of a lot of people fabricating. People do it all the time. But nonetheless, that sun could be on a timer. And the cycle ends. And human beings, for the most part, get eliminated off the board because again, you can name them, you can take the blame game, but the majority of human beings are consumers and they don't give anything back in the sense of giving things back. They're takers. We all are now. We're all parasites. If you go to the bathroom and wipe your ass, you're a parasite. Because that's a tree you're wiping your ass with. Toilet paper's made from trees. So don't think you're not a parasite. Because you are. We all are. You can't help it. It's just what level of a parasite you're going to be. And so we are all the demise, the breakdown. We are all the bacteria in the sense of bacteria coming in and breaking down the body. We're human beings of the virus. We all partake in it. If you drive a car, your car's spitting out emissions. You're pulling gas, putting in your car, you're grabbing from the earth, that's the blood of the earth, the oil. You're part of pillaging. You can't help it. You're programmed to do it. So, is it possible that we are moving into the age of Aquarius? And it's a quantum age. And then you have all these other things like Matt Damon in the movie Downsizing and becoming smaller. And you have the Alice in Wonderland becoming smaller. Are we just going to get smaller and go into the quantum realm and transfer our consciousness into the quantum realm? And what would happen if the population was completely eliminated off the face of the earth? Doesn't matter who's at fault for doing this, like I said, forget about the blame game. Because we all are parasites, okay? But if you were to eliminate the majority of people off the world stage, Mother Nature would now have a chance to replenish itself. The animals would have a chance to just chill and not have to look over their shoulders all the time of hunters out there shooting them and killing them. I mean, I've said so many times that all of us are stone cold killers. Every time we walk outside, you're stepping on, you can't help it, but you're killing animals and insects. You don't even mean it, but you're doing it. And those ants have families too. They're part of a colony. They're part of the chain. They're part of the process. So the earth would get a break for a while, for maybe 1,000 years. And that's what the story of going into a paradise, because if you were to transfer your consciousness into something, then it would be perfect instantly. And then when you move into the age of Capricorn, because it's an earth sign, you would then go back to becoming man again, however that looks. And again, folks, I'm not saying this is true, just merely giving you possibilities based upon esoteric, mystical arts, and common sense. None of us want to die. And Steve Jobs said it best. He said, people want to go to heaven, but nobody wants to die to get there. That idea. But anyway, just sit with that, folks. I mean, what if that's where we're headed? What are you going to do about it? You're going to kick and scream and fight? Nothing you can do about it. I can assure you, there's nothing you can do about destiny. And it's part of the script. I don't know what that script looks like. I don't even know if that's the script. Yes, I do sun gaze, Eduardo. There are two suns because of the cyclical cycle we are going through. Miss South Africa has the proof. Second sun is actually a spinning cube. Well, there's no way to prove that, Steve. I appreciate your comment. A spinning cube, there's not really any way to prove that. I mean, I've seen the pictures myself. It looks like another sun to me. That the second sun, the whole thing of that is the return of Ra. If you study ancient Egypt, it's the return of Ra and Horus. And then you have the Hopi prophecy, which synchronizes with that, and it's the blue and red Kachina, the return of that. These ancient texts, they all say a similar story, but it's the same story. It's the new age that's coming in. This reality is golden age, dark age, repeat. I have said this so many times, just using your own personal life. When you go buy a brand new pair of shoes, they get worn. Eventually, they get worn to where you either hand them down and give them to charity, or you throw them away and you buy another pair. None of you are still wearing the same underwear or panties that you had in high school, unless you're still in high school right now. None of you. You get sick of it. You get tired. Trade in. I want new. That's why we're always constantly wanting new. New. That's the way it works. The architect's no different, folks. Golden age, dark age, repeat. We see it in our own personal lives. Common sense tells us the as above, it's the same exact. That's what's running us. It runs us. Bugs attracted to certain people. Yeah, it's probably based upon pheromones and frequency. That would be my guess. And that's about as far as I can go with that. Skybell, I have no fear of dying. I don't either. I mean, if it came down to it, of course, I think fear would set in. But at this point now, it's like, like I'm ready for I'm almost 50. I'm going to be 49 soon, and I've been working out almost my entire life. My body's beat. I have aches and pains, and just like I'm not 21 anymore, and I'm ready to trade this body in and get a new one. I mean, if that was something that I could do, maybe the med beds. And if you've seen the movie Elysium with Matt Damon, you go in the bed and in a few minutes you get a brand new body, you're fixed. Is that the technology and where we're at this point? Are we in that layer of technology? Will we be moving into that layer of technology? Is it here? These are all big question marks. What is my thought on Jainism? I love Jainism. I'm not a practicer of it, but I'm close. Jainism is about 1.4% according to the statistics of all the religions tied up on the world stage. It's very, very minuscule, but it's very beautiful. I don't agree with everything, but again, it's making the truth your own. But I'm very conscious. I'm at a point now where I'm very conscious of where I walk, when I step outside, even inside here. I live with ants. I don't have an ant problem, but there's ants that come in because my door, the seal's not there. I have ants. I have geckos running around my room, and pretty much everybody does here in Mexico. But I got ants, whatever, insects. I just let them roll. I don't. And if I'm in the shower, I've done this. If I'm in the shower and there's an ant there, I save them. I'll get a little thing and I'll save them out of the water. That's the level that I'm at. So I'm a big practicer of it, but I wouldn't consider myself part of Jainism. But I love it. I love all creation, and I love animals more than I do humans, because animals don't talk. And I think that's what the human voice is the most beautiful instrument, but most people are absolutely horrible players of that musical instrument. And I'm just as much to blame. I've been horrible at my mouth sometimes. So Jason Gaber, what are your thoughts on the North Pole? The North Pole is tied to the Pole Star, which is tied to the Big Dipper. And of course, we can't leave out Draco, constellation Draco. So it's a big deal. The Pole Star is a big deal. It's a massive, massive, massive deal. And I have it layered somewhere in my decodes. I'm getting closer to finding that of what I believe to be the most accurate aspect of what that pole star is all about. And it's probably going to be tied to the North Pole. Hey, what's up, Max? Have I seen the movie Gattaca? Gattaca's with Halle Berry, I think, right? I think I've seen it. It's been a while. They're trying transhumanism. Folks, we may be moving into transhumanism. Am I a proponent of it? I'm in the middle. I'm neutral. You see, folks, if that's what the creator, if that's what the architect wants, that's what it's going to get. And I know some of you are like, oh no, I'm going to use my free will and I'm going to fight against that. So, folks, you make no difference. If it's just you got to collect energy with a shit ton of other people to even make that concept work. That's called a self-fulfilling prophecy, by the way. That's taking your idea, telling somebody about it, then them combining with your energy, creating the magic behind that, and then you need a shit ton of people to manifest the idea that you originally started with. Self-fulfilling prophecy. So, trying transhumanism, is that where we're going? It's possible. It's very possible, folks. And there's not a damn thing we could do about it if that's the architect and part of the script. The script runs the show. I've shown now in over 200 videos, people, places, and things. It's all scripted. It's all scripted. My life's all scripted. How do you explain that? I can explain it to you very simply. We all run by a blueprint, a script. The architect scripts the reality. It's like SimCity. And then we participate in the blueprint. You incarnate down here, however that looks like, and then you have your job to do. Whatever you lean towards, whatever you believe in, that's your script. Go do your job. Don't let anybody take away what you believe in. Just because of what I believe in, don't let me take away for what you believe in. Don't let me try to influence you. If you resonate with what I'm saying, great. But I'm definitely not here to force it on you. But I can surely tell you this. The root of all suffering is expectations. And Buddha clearly said that suffering is based on expectations. Don't have any. Because what you think might happen may not happen at all, and then you may be really bummed out about it. That's how we're programmed. How's my transmission, by the way? I haven't even asked that. Is my voice in sync with what you're hearing? Can somebody give me some feedback on that? Yeah, scriptures. But folks, it's not just the Bible. It's amazing how many people, they mention the scriptures, but they don't mention the Vedas. They don't mention the ancient texts of Shinto. They don't mention the books of Enoch. They don't mention other things. They just go straight to the most popular. And just remember, folks, if broad and spacious is the road leading off into destruction, what's the most popular religion on the world stage today? That would be the one that's broad and spacious. I mean, it's pretty much a no-brainer. Anya, I feel bad for anyone who had a very traumatic life. Yeah, I have compassion for that stuff as well. But maybe it's just their script is their script. I consider myself, I wake up and I'm a gratitude junkie. And I suggest all that watch this transmission, and I've mentioned it many times, you becoming a gratitude junkie. And the only way you can become a gratitude junkie is you must live in the now moment. What is it like to be a gratitude junkie? Well, when you brush your teeth, do you give thanks to your teeth in the moment of brushing your teeth? Or are you busy thinking about, what am I going to watch right now? Oh, I got to feed the dog. Or, what am I going to make? What am I going to do at work tomorrow? Is that where your consciousness is at? When you're in the shower, do you give thanks to your shower head? Because it's consciousness too, by the way. Just because it's probably made of metal. The water's consciousness. How about your water tank that holds all your water and heats it up for you to give you your nice warm shower? Do you give gratitude to that? How about the shoes you put on your feet? How about your feet that have walked countless miles for you? How about your voice that has done so much business and earned you a lot of money? Without that voice, you wouldn't have the lifestyle you'd have. Do you give thanks to your voice and your vocal cords and your Adam's apple? You can keep going and going and going. But remember, everything's consciousness. Everything just wants to have acknowledgement. That's all it wants. Imagine that you were a producer and you got no acknowledgement. You'd get irritated. If you were an artist and you put out music and content and no one acknowledged your shit, you'd get pissed. You'd be like, what the hell's wrong with me? What's wrong? Then you just go in a downward spiral. Everything needs acknowledgement, folks. So become a gratitude junkie. And you can only be that way if you're in the now moment, living a state of now consciousness. A great book to read is Eckhart Tolle's The Power of Now. Tough read, but it's a great book. Okay, thanks, Gabrielle Perez, for your feedback on and Blue Sky and everybody else. Thank you. Okay, cool. Salute Stevo. XRP is WEF in Cabal coin. NSA started Bitcoin. See, that's an opinion of yours. You can't prove that, but I appreciate your opinion. That's awesome. Nasari Gasari is a CAI PSYOP. These are all great opinions, but of course, they're very loose opinions. No offense, but there's no way you can back these things up. You can't back these stuff up. So mark your words. That's great. And I appreciate your comment, Steve-O. I really do. But there's no way to back up your opinion. That's why, getting involved on the stage is in trying to produce an opinion is very challenging, because it can go so many different ways. And if we are just going to all transfer into the new age, well, crypto's coming. And, I'd rather be prepared than not. That's for sure. I don't have a Rand McNally map that I look at when I drive my car. I use my cell phone. I don't have a record player. I don't have a rotary phone, and I certainly don't write letters and lick stamps and throw them in the mail. I use my email. So I really don't get where people's minds are when they, and I'm not saying this is you, Steve-O, but I don't get where people's minds are when they say that crypto means death and we're all going to die. And it's like, folks, it's the transition of the way evolution is, in the sense of thing going from one stage to the next. That's the way technology is moving. Lena, you were in the USAF. Nice. IT engineer. Yeah, I was a heavy duty mechanic. I was over in England for 3.5 years. I went to a Desert Storm. I was in Desert Storm and Iraq and Turkey and all that stuff. It was fun. My take on Zach and Gematria Effect news. No comment. Alexander, I think you had sent me an email. Do I practice Kachari Mudra? I do not. I have checked out a few videos on it. I think I watched yours. It's interesting. It would take practice. And for me, I would probably have to be set in, like, okay, Tuesdays and Wednesdays, I'm going to practice it and all that stuff. So that's about as far as I can go with that. So no, I don't practice it, but I think it's pretty interesting. I'm a huge fan of the Vedas, and Hinduism's the oldest known text, ancient religious text anyway. Doesn't mean that it's the seniority and the say-so on things, but I just really find it interesting. And the whole pantheon, the Vishnu, Shiva, and Brahma, and I'm huge. I'm really huge into the Vedic astrology and the nakshatras and the stars and the 27, and it's so profound. Oh my God, I'm so in love with it right now, and how accurate it is. It's amazing when you overlay Western astrology with Vedic. Whew, powerful. I found a system. I've kind of developed my own system now, and man, it is. I can see the handwriting on the wall now using these systems. It's awesome. Do you give thanks to Christ? Not directly, no. I kick the idea around. I'm very leery with that because of where that idea came from. And if you study the ancient text, if you research the Greeks, which they supposedly came up with the New Testament, well, they were under heavy influence of the Roman Empire. And then you lead right into the year 382, which according to history is when the New Testament was released to the world under the guise of the Roman Catholic Church. So I'm very leery on these stories. I came out with a Decode, if you haven't seen it yet, called the Christ Battery. And, that old saying, if it's too good to be true, it probably is. I'm not saying that I'm leading towards throwing the Christ into that box, but to me, it's very tricky. It's a very tricky situation. And again, what's most popular on the world stage? I kind of shy away from the most popular things. Once something gets really popular, I start to look at it in a different context. And, if you go and study like what comes to my mind when I download is Indiana Jones, and I think it was the second one, but he's trying to find the cup of immortality, and there's all these gold cups, and then finally he realized it was this wooden cup that nobody paid attention to, right? It wasn't the most popular. So I look at things like that, and I take that idea in that context, and then you've got to study ancient text and where these ideas came from, and I'm very leery about that stuff. So the ideas are amazing, right? But even in the scriptures, it's all astrology. And even the Christ said, I think it's in Luke 22 verses 10, he said, follow me into the house with a man bearing a pitcher of water. And what he's saying is, follow me into the age of Aquarius. So he's clearly telling you it's all about astrology, and that's what rules over us. And you can see the handwriting on the wall there. So that's my take on it. See, Jeep Sahara, I'm not pointing you out to use. I'm gonna have to use the example because I had said I was in the service. I don't know if you were directing this to me because there's a few of us that were in the service. But what are we programmed to say? Thank you for your service. I'm not being disrespectful, Jeep Sahara. I'm just saying is that's what we're programmed to say. Thank you for your service, folks. If I would have known what I was doing, I never would have went in. What I was supporting, I never would have went in. Ever. But I can tell you what runs the government. It's not man. Government equals 46. Jesus and Lucifer equals 46. Tree of Life is 46. 46 is tied to the Luke 19:37:46. 46 is the ending point. And that's what the word government equals. 46 with the capital G. No, I was at Alconbury, not Lakenheath. I was stationed at Alconbury, RAF Alconbury. But I don't regret any of it. It was one of the greatest experiences of my life, so I'm grateful to the United States Air Force and the military for allowing me to be a part of that. I got to travel all my time I spent overseas, got to visit, Turkey and Iraq, and I got to go to Amsterdam for New Year's in 1995. I drove up there from England. It was amazing. I got to go to France. I mean, I enjoyed myself. And I just wasn't really big into the structure of it. And just how, I'm kind of a renegade. I'm a trailblazer, and it's tough to do that in the military because everything's square and this is the military to sum it up. It's the square, it's the cube. I mean, everything's in the box. CERN and Shiva statue in Switzerland, yeah. Shiva is tied to death and regeneration. Shiva is tied to the number 40, which is apocalypse. The word apocalypse equals 40. Shiva equals 16. If you take the number 16 and you put it into the string of pi, it's found at the 40th decimal digit. 40 and 16 are harmonious together. The 16th card, just to show you how powerful Chaldean is. Forget about any other ciphers, okay? The reason why I fancy the Chaldean, because it's tied directly into the elements of the periodic table, and it's tied directly into the cards of illumination, and it's tied directly into the tarot cards. Not the English, not the septenary, not the reduction, not any of the other ones. It's Chaldean. It's tied directly into all these layers that I told you. Directly. So Shiva is 16. Here's the 16th card. What does that look like to you? Perfectly describes Shiva. And in the string of pi, 16 is found at the 40 is found at the 16th. 40 is tied to the number 16. 40 is tied to zirconium. Zirconium, go read about it. It's the Skara beetle. It means death and regeneration. It comes from the word zargon, which means gold colored, turning lead into gold. 40, anytime you see 40, folks, it means death and regeneration. The 40th card, some of you have it. I mean, you can't get any more synchronized than this. I mean, this is... Whew. And that's why I keep preaching Chaldean. I keep saying, I'm not saying it's the only one you can use, but folks, it is directly the closest you're going to get to source. Down here in Wonderland, where's my... Did I leave it in the box? Hold on a sec. Oh, I'm missing a card. Well, anyway, it's tied to the Ace Spades card. I don't know where the hell my Ace Spades card went. I'm missing that for this deck. But Ace Spades. The ace is the seed. Death and regeneration. Ace means one. Those of you that are aces, if you're an ace, okay, you got to start looking. If you're a fan of the cards, like if you're an ace, you're a 1. Sits in the first house of astrology. If you're a 9, sits in the 9th house. Jupiter runs this card. Overall, Lord Jupiter. Here's the 4th card. Sits in the 4th house, run by Mars. Run by the moon. The Queens, card number 12. In the lineages, this is card number 51, but it sits in the 12th house. All the queens sit in house number 12. All the kings sit in the dead center in the bullseye. All the aces sit in house number 1. All the 2s sit in house number 2. And so on and so forth. Crypto ain't coming. Well, it's already here. It's already here. People, it's already being traded. People are already making money on it. So it's already here. I don't know what you'd mean by that. You mean fully here? Do I think God wants transhumanism? Very possible. Why would you think it's not? Why, Steve-O, why would you think that it's not possible? Why would you just disclude it? Because you're a human being? See, you can't leave any of these ideas out. And again, I'm not saying it's true, but you must open yourself to all possibilities. And you can't use absolutes. Like you're saying, I've got this to prove it. You prove what? Then you know what people are going to say about law? They're bullshit. Like the thing that came out on August 23rd. People are already coming out and debunking that. So it just goes so many different ways. But again, you got to make the truth your own, Steve-O. So, you know, I mean, you really comes down to just be on the offense, score your points, make the truth your own. That's all you got to do. That's it. It doesn't matter what I say. It doesn't matter what your neighbor says. All that matters is what you say. You're the boss. Okay. How do you find your card? Well, you got to get the birthday chart, a history person. You find your card. Actually, if you go to, here, I'm going to put it in the chat box right now. It's so there you go, a history person. If you go to that link I just put in there, it's allinthecards.com. You're going to be able to pull up your birth card. Crypto is the new financial trap, maybe. But crypto may be the new monetary system, and you can say that dollars and pesos and those are all a trap. You can say money, all money's a trap. At what point are you not going to use it anymore? It's a tool. That's it. It's a tool. Money is a tool. That's it. What you do with it, that's what matters. Forget about what you think about it. Forget about who owns it. Forget about how it's structured. What you do with it is what matters. That's all that matters with it. That's it. Return of Christ will be... Christ is already here, Steve-O. That's you, brother. You're already here. That's why Jesus said, follow me into the house with a man bearing a pitcher of water. That's Aquarius. You're already the Christ. You couldn't be any other way. You are the Christ. He's already here. It's you. Own that. What you do with it, that's what matters. It's already here. And that is my opinion. Absolutely. If that's Skybell, if that's what you meant. That is my opinion. Everything I say here is my opinion. Looking at your comments. Here's a question. So my thoughts on having Leo at 29 degrees, 28 or 29 degrees in the 10th house. Well, anytime you have, from everything I've researched with astrology, anytime these planets, when you look at your planets in astrology, they go from 0 to 29. It's supposed to be 0 to 30, but it always reaches the maximum of 29. And so if you look at it in lifespans, look at it from you or me, we born at 0, and then we end our life at whatever the average lifespan, let's say, is like 83 or something like that. And so that would be the 29. So what happens when you become a senior citizen and you're at the tail end and you're ready to kick the bucket? Well, you have a lot of knowledge because you've lived a long life. You have the most knowledge when you die because you're at the end of your road. You're at the end. So when you have a planet at 28, 27, 26, 29 degrees, they have a lot of wisdom, but it's kind of comical because it's like, oh, I got to do this life again. And it may get irritated because it's like, you know, like you're having to be living out an experience in that same house again. And it gets monotonous. And you can get irritated, but it comes with a lot of wisdom with these layers like that. So when you have Leo in the 10th house, are you saying you have the sun? So you have Leo in the 10th. Okay, you have Leo as your 10th house. That's okay. That's by default. What planet do you have there? I read that wrong. Four clubs, anoretic. I don't. MMM007. I'm not following you. Do I think our lifespans have been shortened? It's possible. They say that those that are living today will hit 150. I mean, with the technology now and the smarts that we have, I don't see why that wouldn't be attainable. But if you go back into history, back in the early 1900s, our ages were very shortened. So if you compare that to now, we're living out double. I think back in the early 1900s or something, it was like in the mid 40s or early 50s or something. So we've tacked on quite a bit of time in this now moment. Jane, did I get my tarot deck? I did get my tarot deck. I was going to use it tonight, but I'm not that familiar with the outlay of the cards just yet. So I didn't want to bring it out. But yes, I did get it. I wasn't crazy about some of the cards that were in there, but they're really beautifully done. It's called the Spellcaster deck. Those of you that may be interested. What's up with negative 48? Is that somebody in this chat? I don't know. Can I talk about 7 of clubs? I'm laughing because Zach Hubbard has the 7 of clubs for his birth card. Seven of clubs. When you bring that into the tarot, I know it better from the tarot. My friend Sharon on It's All in the Card, she knows the card. That's her website. But the 7 of clubs. Remember, any of you that have a 7 of diamonds, hearts, clubs, spades, it means mystical, but it also means completion. 7 days of the week, 7 colors of the rainbow, crown chakra. So it means the observer. It means completion. So the 7 of clubs is the 7 of wands. And it's the mind suit. It's the air suit. So it represents you being built in from the cosmos and the mind of the cosmos. And let me just show you the card and how fitting it is for Mr. Hubbard, which is just being him. The heck is it? Oh, here it is. So 7 of clubs is the 7 of wands. And this card right here is all about defending what matters. Like, don't come at me. Don't tread on me. Defending what matters. And in the cards of illumination, the 7 of clubs, it's the 20th card in the deck. 20th card in the deck, and 20 is tied to the words duality and hole, like down in a hole. And that is tied to the prime number. It's the 71 is the 20th prime. 71 is the 20th prime number. 71 is tied to Lucifer. Doesn't mean you're Lucifer now. Just want to be very crystal clear on that. But you want to go to it'sallinthecards.com, type in your birthday, and go read about that card. I guarantee you that expression will be 90 to 95% accurate for you. Thanks for coming on, Benny. Steve-O, if you own Bitcoin, you support child trafficking. Dude, what do you think they do with dollar bills? Do you have any dollar bills, or do you have any Canadian dollars? Because they use those for child trafficking too. And if you think that that's not the case, you're just fooling yourself. Every sort of fiat currency is used in destructive purposes. So I don't know why you would make that remark. If you own Canadian dollars, if you own US dollars, if you own pesos, you support child trafficking because it's all built on fiat currencies. All of it. They all trade it in money. And you shouldn't be laughing if something crashes, because right now we're supposed to be unifying together to make this planet a better place. So if it ends up crashing and you laugh, you're just laughing at the demise of the world, which is not something that's in line with being service to the world, my friend. That's just you trying to be right. Ethan, you're wasting your time with Mr. Hubbard, man. He's in his own bubble and world, and that's totally fine. But I don't resonate with his stuff. But he's not gonna look at that stuff. He won't even use that stuff because I use it, and just because I use it, he won't use it. That I can assure you. Just so he can be right. Gavin, my first name breaks down to germanium. My middle name is Michael. Yep. There's so many ways I could go off on that. I'd have to look at your entire name, and then I'd have to tie that into your soul contract, your life path, your personality type, your astrology. It's not so simple. And I don't know if you're talking about your alchemology. Jason Gaber, nice to have you. Thanks for your support. What video is good to start out with? My suggestion for those of you that are new, thank you for coming on. Welcome to the Decode Your Reality family. If you're looking to start decoding and you fancy decoding yourself or your family members or your partner or your kids, you want to start with my How to Decode Yourself video. And if you want to just start learning how to decode, I'm going to be coming out with some instructional videos, some 101s on how to do that. And there's going to be some advanced layers in there. I'm working on that. But you'd want to start with the free video that I put out on how to decode yourself. It's in the very first video when you first log on to Decode Your Reality. If you don't see that, just go into the little magnifying glass and type in how to decode yourself. And that's what the video I would start with. It's an hour and 5 minutes long. Have I ever reconnected my grid work of my body to the ley lines of our planet? I have not. I have not done that? Nope. Am I still going or am I spinning? Can somebody let me know if I'm still going here? Can somebody let me know if I'm still going? Screen glitch? Damn. It says I have an excellent connection. Hang on one sec, folks. I'm just looking at my settings here. Okay. Cool. Thanks for your feedback, everybody. Sorry for the little delay. Lagging slightly. Sorry, folks, I'm just... Okay, cool. All right. No problems? Okay, cool. Okay, so let's get to some of your comments. Toby killed a roach. Did you fail? Well, if you're asking that question, usually the answer's in the question. Nigel, what's up, brother? Nice to have you. Sync out again. God. Hang on, folks. I'm trying to make some adjustments here. Just see what my hang on a sec, folks. Give me 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. Just checking my speed here. Hang on. I don't like when the video lags. 8. Okay. Hang on a sec, folks. Just making some adjustments. Hang on 1 second. Okay. Still lagging a little bit. All right. I don't know what's going on, but having a little bit of technical difficulties here. No lagging. Okay, cool. I'm just going to keep going. Thanks, Christine. Buffering, yeah. All right. My take on the Jesuits. They're the knights on the chessboard, and they're doing their job. That's my take on them. Do I like what they do? Not necessarily. They're an apex predator. What's more important, folks, is what are you? You see, if you are one of those people that spend an enormous amount of time talking about those people, blaming those people. Essentially, there are two parts to this magic sequence. Number one, you're giving them your magic, your currency. Number two, you're keeping them alive. In part, your magic, your currency that you give to them helps keep their currency alive. And the other part is anytime you end up giving another entity your currency and you don't get, they're not going to give you anything back. I can guarantee you that. They're just draining you. You're draining yourself by giving energy to an entity that will gladly accept your magic, but I can promise you, they're not going to give you anything in return. So the whole name of the game is, what's your currency? What's your currency? How strong is your currency? How big of a deal are you on the world stage? Really what it comes down to is, are you an influencer? And what kind of influencer are you on the world stage? What kind of influencer are you, folks? You, personally, what kind of influence do you have on the world stage? And how much currency do you give to others that will gladly take your currency? Anytime you end up talking about something, or you're giving it your currency, it drains you. And of course, if you're going to really, really hammer an entity, that's why I'm not into it. I'm not into hammering. Like if I go up to a crocodile here on the street, when I walk by, if I go up to a crocodile, it's unpredictable. I'm in their territory. And if I piss it off, if I get too close, anything's possible. Most people wouldn't dare walk just right up to a crocodile like they would a furry, like a dog or a cat. Big difference. If you encroach on a predator's territory, it's unpredictable of what could happen. And on top of that, of the unpredictability, it's very possible that you're going to get something, like you're going to get some kind of exchange of energy. If they drop you in the Sahara in a den of lions, you ain't just going to sit there. You're going to be programmed, you're going to be running. The majority of you would. Anytime you're on an apex predator and you encroach on their territory, what do you think they're going to do? Now, I've said this so many times. And people just don't get it. I don't know how more basic and clear that I could be on these aspects, but this game, this script is fixed. To what point, I don't know. But the entities that are down here, the predators, they have a job to do. You have a job to do. So if you feel like you need to go out and protest, then go do that. If you feel like you need to go out and be a light worker, go do that. Go do it. Don't let anybody get in your way. But there comes a price with everything that we do. So if you're somebody who constantly bashes and puts out content to bash these predators, I can guarantee you they're not just going to sit and let you get away with it. You're going to get banned, which you lose your power. Now, I know it's like, well, we need to stand up and fight. Well, there are other ways to fight, folks, than just go out and attack. There are other alternatives to make this world a better place than just go after and use your Mars card and attack these entities. And that comes with, being constructive. That comes with strategy. Most people don't have any strategies. Their strategy is based on their programming. Their strategy is based upon what they saw in a movie. Their strategy is based upon what mom and dad told them to do. Their strategy is based upon growing up in a gang. That's their strategy. That's how they live their life. And they weren't taught how magic works. If you have the fundamentals of how magic works, it completely changes the game for you personally. But the majority of people, they don't understand how magic works. And so as a result, they just go out there blindly and they just put out their energy out there and they suffer the consequences with their results. You know, these entities that are in place right now, you can love them, hate them, but they're part of the game. They have to be part of the game because they're here. That's why it's crazy. Like, folks, I'm sitting at the gym today and I was like, and this just came up, and I downloaded this just right now, and because I had thought about it earlier today, and I was like, okay, maybe I'm going to talk about this for content. And it deals with the Holy Scriptures, right? And that character named Job in the Old Testament. And that character was put to the test. Now, I want you to think about that story, because a lot of people believe that really happened. That guy Job. Let's just all hypothetically right now say that that guy was real and that story absolutely happened. What happened during that story? He was tested. Tested to where most of us would completely frickin' break and go crazy. All his family members were killed, his kids, his livestock, everything was taken from him. And you know what the story was? It was the devil that was allowed to do it. So you have this God, this deity, the God of the Old Testament, saying, hey, devil, you go do what you got to do. Yeah, you can do whatever you want, man. Go do what you got to do. Test him. He's going to remain faithful. And of course, the story was that Job did. But folks, if you're a parent, like the father was to Job, if you're a parent and you got kids, would you ever let them suffer if you knew they were suffering? Would you ever let that happen? No, you wouldn't. If you're a good person. If you knew your kid was suffering, you would do whatever it takes to stop the suffering. You wouldn't put him through any test. But that's what the story's based on. Oh yeah, go ahead, devil. Go test that dude. Kill all his family members. Take away all his livestock. Take his complete life. Put boils on him. Completely demolish his personal life. Go ahead and do that. How loving of a parent is that? That's coming from a mind that is, I'm born of sin now. I'm not even a perfect human. I'm not omniscient. I'm not omnipresent like we're told that the God is. Folks, these stories, man, I mean, there wasn't a guy that got swallowed by a fish and lived in its belly for 3 days. So if there wasn't that guy, and there possibly couldn't be a dude that was tempted by the devil and the Father just allowed it to happen. So when you know that's all nonsense, because you as a father or mother, you would never let your kids suffer, ever. You would stop it immediately. What does that tell you about this game that we're all playing called life? What does that tell you? Well, there are many possibilities, of course, but suffering is permitted here. Has nothing to do with a devil character. It's golden age to dark age. And then it repeats. And whatever happens in between that timeline happens. That's how this game is set up. Suffering provides energy to the battery. Like it or not. Happiness provides energy to the battery. Love provides energy to the battery. Fear provides energy to the battery. Positive, negative, anode and cathode. Golden age, dark age, repeat. That's what happens down here in this reality. And I can't wrap my mind around how people think that a loving Father and God would absolutely just allow suffering to happen when you know you could stop it in an instant. You know, I was raised as a JW, Jehovah's Witness, and I don't take anything away from my past, and I don't regret any of it. It was my code. But I was embedded, I was hammered in my head to believe that the only reason why suffering's allowed is because God is trying to prove to the angels around him that man will worship him based upon just because of love, and that's it. And that God needs to prove a point. It needs to prove to all the angels around, which means that it needs to inflate its ego. That's the only reason why you have to prove something to people, is so you can be right. That's why. We see it in our lives. That's how human beings are programmed. Everybody living today primarily is programmed. You want to be right and you want to prove somebody else wrong. That's your identity. But yet our little imperfect minds, if something's suffering, if you're a good person, you immediately want to stop that. It's like, okay, devil, you can go ahead and do what you got to do, and I'll let you do that. But I'm just going to let you do that because I have to prove to the angels around me that the humans, they are really going to worship me because they love me. I mean, it's crazy thinking. And that's how I was programmed. That's how I was programmed. Folks, suffering is here because it's part of the game of life. It's part of the script. And I can assure you, the only logical explanation is that this reality is not freaking real. It's not real. That can be the only conclusion that I can come up with of the crazy things that go on. I've seen some crazy things in my life. Why does it happen? Well, what makes sense is it's not real. I mean, when you watch your show on television, when you binge watch your Netflix show, because it's so interesting, and we all do it, what keeps you hooked on that show? The characters, the storyline. It's like, oh, I got to watch the next episode. I got to find out what happens. People cry during those shows. They get angry during those shows. They get emotionally involved during those shows. What happened in the Truman Show? The people that were watching it, they were all excited and happy when he finally broke through the exit door. They were emotionally involved with that story that wasn't even real. They're watching it through a screen. So, that's how this reality works. That's the only logical conclusion after everything I've just blasted out to all of you. It's not real. It can't be. And that's how things continue on. The suffering and the pain and the anguish. And it starts over. And you get into the golden age and everything's beautiful and amazing. And you can use your higher intellect and however that looks. But nothing lasts forever down here. Time decays things. Satan is time, folks. Time. That's its job. The job of time is to decay. That's the job of time. The clock, its job is to decay. That's its job. That's why the story says Satan only has a short period of time. Yeah. It's decay. So we're in this age of what appears to be the dark age, cyclical age, and it's getting shitty. Things are happening that it's like, I can't even believe this is happening. We've been talking about this for a very long time, and now it's really happening. And it's like, I'm still like, wow, this is really going on. Are you kidding me? But it's allowed. It's just, you're just going to get recycled back in. I don't know I really don't know how any other way to look at this reality and how to wrap it around, other than it's a simulation, and what's watching us through the screen is probably getting emotionally involved with the characters, us, and it's using us I believe it's using all of us at all times. I don't know. I mean, when you press play on your Netflix remote control, are you controlling the actors? Like, next time you watch a show, the only way those actors and actresses show up is if you choose that show and you press play. And guess what happens? Magically, those actors and actresses come to life and they start expressing their emotions to you, and you get emotionally involved with them. If you want to shut your emotions off, you press stop, turn the power off. Go do something else. Why does it seem so far-fetched to think that whatever created this reality, we are its movie. We are its soap opera. There's a reason why 4 out of the top 5 longest-running shows of all time are soap operas. Why do you think that is? Because we're in a soap opera, folks. Number 1 show of all time, Uner Sandman, which is the Sandman. We're Sandmen. Number 1 show, 61 seasons and counting, from Germany. We're the Sandmen. My Sandman. We're the puppets, the Pinocchios. And we have a script to follow. The script was written before you popped out of your mother's womb. Before you were ever conceived, your script was already written. That's why you can go read your natal chart. You can have a reading done by myself. You can go read about your cards. You can read about your personality types. And they're freaking close to spot on. How can somebody that doesn't even know you describe you to a T? How can someone that doesn't even know you look at your natal chart and describe you to almost a near 90%? When it's a real good interpretation. How's that possible? Because we live by a blueprint, folks. We live by a blueprint. All right, I went off on a big tangent. Sorry, folks. Denise, you got 4 kids. Yeah, I mean, folks, once you have a child, I don't have any kids, okay? So I don't know what it's like to be a father in that lineage of having kids, but I've been around kids. I see how it works. And I think one of the reasons why I didn't want to have child, I know I can tell you, one of the very reasons why I didn't want to is because you end up losing control. And what if they go off and become a drug addict, or they become a bum, or they become somebody who, ends up becoming a detriment to society? How would you feel? I'm looking over your comments. Hinduism offers some insight. Yeah, I mean, listen, folks, Hinduism is the oldest known religious text out there, okay? So does that mean it's seniority? No. But it's just, I just find it interesting because people that are fans of the scriptures, then you ask them, hey, have you ever read the Vedas? And they're like, no. And I'm like, where's your freaking brain at? It's like, you know, why have you not read these other ancient texts? You're like literally limiting yourself. You're limiting yourself, and you haven't expanded your growth. You're in a box. I mean, nirvana is just getting rid of everything. That's how you get out, is to get rid of, you can't have any beliefs. And you realize everything is part of the game. Everything. Including the things that people call deceptions. They're part of the game. Can't be any other way, folks. All right. Let me now get into... Are you guys all ready for... I'll be pulling some cards in a minute here. We're taking some phone calls. Let me get into my preview of Prison Planet. Do I have your guys and gals' blessing on showing you the preview? I think I have like 6 or 8 slides. But does everybody want me to check? Does everybody want me to open up this preview and show it to you? Let me get some comments. Caroline, what is the difference of being one suit over another? There is no difference, but you got to know there are 4 primary cards. Actually, there's 2 primaries, and then you have your 2 cousin cards. I adopted that from somebody's system, but you're going to have 4 cards, actually 5. You have your planetary ruling card, and that's, you know, please don't ask me how to do that because it's not just like it's a slam bam kind of thing. But you have 5 cards, 4 cards, including your planetary, so 5 cards, and those are embedded into your natal chart, and that is getting into more advanced decoding. And those cards are going to tell you what your code is. And if you're willing to own that code, like when you read that, you're like, yeah, that's actually me. Okay, well, memorize that. What do you mean? Read it and memorize it. So you know it like you know how to say your name. See, when Neo in the movie The Matrix, he needed to become a kung fu fighter. How did he do it? They plugged him in, and within a couple minutes, he was a kung fu master. We don't have the ability to plug ourselves in. We have to read and repetition. That's why I'm huge on repetition. That's why you hear me say the same things over and over. That's why I preach like, hey, you want to increase your finances? Go watch Born Rich. You know what happens when I recommend watching Born Rich? People, they're all excited about it. Oh, I want to go watch it. I want to change my financial situation because my financial situation sucks. So here's the prescription to change your finance. He's been in the business over 50 years. I give him the free workshop. It's free. You know what? People place value on free. Nothing. It's worthless. But if they pay $1,000, it's got a price tag attached to it. So the programming aspect of somebody giving you something for free, you place no value on it. But if you want to change your financial situation, you got to watch Born Rich. And I'm not talking about it. Watch it once or once a weekend. Every day. Every day. 30 minutes every day. Every day. Repetition. How does somebody get good at reading cards, playing the piano, driving a car, building houses, flipping houses? Repetition. How do you get good at knowing your code? Repetition. Read over and over. And then you become that. Many people out there, including some of you, are not living out your code. You're living out somebody else's code because you're living out what somebody told you what was their code. And the first start was mom and dad. They taught you their code. And it was just a whispered out, hey, go do that. Don't do this. Don't do that. but it's not your code. So you're not living out your true purpose. So in order to really tie in to the code, you got it repetition over and over and over and over and over and over. Mozart, composing at the age of 4, practiced over and over and over and over. Mom and dad made sure he practiced and played the piano day in and day out. That's how you become good at something like that. How do you become your code and your blueprint? You got to read it over and over and over. Interpret your charts over and over and over. That's how you become in tune with your code. But most people don't want that. They'd rather just go on with their lives and just, live out what they were told. And a lot of people live from conformity. No, you don't want to program, Devorte, you don't want to program your children. You want to give your children their code, their blueprint. You don't have to tell them it's fixed. It's the starting point. It's like the car. Your car has an owner's manual in the glove box. It doesn't mean you got to just drive at 30 miles an hour and you can't go over 30. No. The car is made to be driven. If you got a turbocharger on your car and you never mash the gas, that turbocharger never gets experienced. It never gets to do its job. Its job is to recycle the fumes, make the car go faster. Gives the driver a better experience in that sense. Some of you have turbochargers on your life, you don't even use them. Some of you have superchargers, you don't even use them. Some of you have 6 gears, you're stuck in 3rd gear. And the very reason why you're stuck is because you have conformed to a life of programming, habits. We all are guilty of that. So if you're stuck on finances, if your finances suck, if you need to start, go watch Born Rich every day. How bad do you want it? I can tell you right now, but just from studying codes, some people are designed to bring in and earn a shit load of money. Forget about they're bad people. They're designed to earn a lot of cash. Success, stocks, bonds, whatever, real estate. It's their design. And that's it. So if you feel the itch, like if you just feel like I'm just born to have that, why would you end up accepting that money's evil from the guy on Sunday? And it stops you from your code. See, what you do with it, that's what's important. That's what's important. All right. Let me look into some of your comments. I'm going to get into this preview. So hopefully everybody's ready. Okay. So I got a lot of yeses. I think I went up there. Yes. I think your guys are saying, yeah, let's roll with the... Okay. All right, so let's get into this preview, folks. You ready? Here we go. Just turn my screen here a little bit. Okay. Bam. Oh. Let me just get to the starting point of this. Whoops. Okay. So I had come out with this on another Decode several times, actually, this slide. And, of course, it's very loose because, you know, again, we can't just rely on numerology. And I do it a lot, obviously, is connecting words to other words. And when you find patterns, that's when you're going to start to discover what I think would be getting to the real root of the truth. And so you have this story of the fallen angels. And, you know, what's interesting is the word fallen is 25. That's an exact match of the word adversary. So was there really some angels that decided to come here to experience this reality? Now, there's been so many stories about this. I mean, you have the show on the CW called The 100, and they're based on that, coming from the ark, coming down after the world was uninhabitable. But is this really something that happened? And that element that sits right below the fallen angel in the 42 is called molybdenum, which comes from the word molybdos, and it means lead. And of course, you know, reincarnation is the 42. So it's starting off with this right here. You know, is this story really true? And is this the starting point of mankind? Is this the starting point of mankind? Well, did we really get trapped here? Are we really trapped? And I showed this in my 33 Decoded. 33 is the number right above 32. And they're harmonious together because 33 and 32 equals 65. And that's tied to the demiurge. But nonetheless, the 32 degrees, this was pretty profound for me when I found it, but 32 degrees Fahrenheit is 0 degrees Celsius. And the 0 card is the Fool card in the tarot, which is kind of what's going on. We are essentially all the Fool. And the trap goes a little bit further because the English has its say in all this. And the word trapped in the English is the number 80, which is a direct match to just to the right of that in the Hebrew spelling of the origination of the story, Tree of Life, Tree of Knowledge. You'll notice that it is the number 80. Now, tree is 34. That's why there's a separation. And life is 46. Together, they give us the 80. So is this telling us that we are trapped here? The number 80, trapped in the tree of life. Well, when you go a little bit further and you get into this fallen angel story, there were 200 of them. And the element Mercury, these elements are bridges, and that's why I like to use them. They're obviously much more than that, but this element Mercury, notice that it is the 80th element. It has 80 protons. And the atomic weight of Mercury is 200. So you have a synchronicity here. You have a synchronicity of the story of the 200 fallen angels and the tree of life, because the tree of life is 80. So inside that Mercury element is the tree of life and the total fallen angels of 200. It's pretty interesting. So it comes to really this right here. Now, I want you to follow along with this because this is really important. This right here is a graphic I've created. Now, obviously, there's a lot going on. To the very top left is the planet Jupiter, and there's a very specific reason for that. And in the very dead center is the wheel, the natal chart, the astrological wheel. And I have highlighted there Lord Jupiter. There's a reason why I have that there, number 9, and then right opposite of that is number 3 and Lord Mercury. And the dance floor, I call it, is the black and white. That's why the checkerboard is there. That's the dance floor. That's Mother Earth. And the reason why I have the 9th house and the 3rd house is because it's very possible that this is where our starting point of this game originated from. Now, Jupiter is an interesting planet because it's the largest, according to, a lot of texts that I've read, is that it's the largest planet. It's got the great red spot on it, which could be the all-seeing eye. And of course, the great red spot equals the number 48. And that has a lot of significance tied to the 87 and 88. But what's important here, folks, is the Jacob's ladder. What you're seeing on that natal chart is a Jacob's ladder. If you watched my Decode on Jacob's ladder, I clearly showed how the Christ and that whole idea originated from. But this is a Jacob's ladder. There's an hourglass just to the right of the chart, and the hourglass fits right over the top of that 9 and 3. And this hourglass is the game. I feel this is the game of life. And when that sand runs out, the game changes. The sands of time. So you have Lord Jupiter, because Jupiter is the lord of the 9th house, which is Sagittarius. And you have Gemini. Gemini at the bottom on the dance floor. And that's run by Lord Mercury is the lord of the 3rd house. And I want you to remember, you go back to this slide right here and remember that Mercury has the number 200 in it. So when you synchronize this, you can see that it's possible that the origination of the fallen angels started in position number 9. Now 9 is, of course, you can't get any farther than that in the lineages of the numbers. So we would actually start in the 9th position and go down directly in the sands of time through that hourglass into the game of life, which is Gemini and the 200 fallen angels. And you'll notice that just to the left of the natal chart is the tree of life and tree of knowledge. It's 46 and 47, and that equals the number 93. And that is the 2 houses that are in question here, house number 9 and house number 3. So we then look at the chromosomes, because 46 is the tree of life. And we know that in humans, we have a pair of 23. 23 in me for a total of 46. So it seems very crystal clear how this script was written and what's going on here. And then we bring in alchemy to get a more fine tune. And this is where I mentioned earlier how the show Dark on Netflix comes into all of this. And in that show, it was this element, cesium, that was used. It was cesium-137, but it was used in time travel. Cesium's the 55th element. The reason why I'm using the 55th element for number 9, Lord Jupiter, is because Jupiter, I feel, runs the fives. 50, 51, 52, 53, 54. And the word predestination equals 55, which is tied to cesium. It's also tied to iron, our blood. But you'll notice that, Lord Mercury is that 200 fallen angel story. So it's the 9 and the 3, Sagittarius and Gemini. And it was this that was a huge clue for me on asking my little artificial intelligence on playing some music and watching the show from The Office, that I found a huge clue. And it was this band called Supertramp. And this album right here came out in 1974. And the constellation is just to the right of that is Draco, which is very near the North Pole star, the pole star. It's very, very close. Notice the name of the album, Crime of the Century. This is the album cover. This is the album cover. So this album that came out on September 13th, 1974, just remember how big that 74 is, tied to the God. September 13th is this card right here called the Jack Clubs, which is the 24th card in the deck, and we know that the letter X is the 24th card. And it's the Knight, the Jacks, and that's why the Jack is so famous throughout our reality. And this September 13th, of course, it is a 13, like Friday the 13th. Notice the album length of the entire album, 44 minutes, which is tied to gold currency. And it's also 44 minutes and 10 seconds. That's 55. That goes right back to predestination and the element cesium and time travel. But September 13th is the 256th day of the year. When you do the sine and cosine waves, this is my last slide on this, but if you do the sine and cosine waves on September 13th, being the 256th day of the year, sine and cosine waves, it's advanced decoding, but this is the expressions through pi and the emotional responses that make up our entire reality. And the 256, if you go check out 256 on numberempire.com, here is the sine and cosine waves numbers added up. You have 58 and 76. 58, we know, is tied to the word puppet master. And of course, its weight, one of its weight is pi itself, 141. And then you have 76 for the cosine wave, which is the element osmium, which is the Wizard of Oz. So you have the puppet master and the Wizard of Oz tied together, coming from Crime of the Century, which shows prison bars. And I believe that this possibly could be the clue telling us of how we descended down here and got locked up and put into prison. So that story obviously is very deep, and it's going to be included in my Prison Planet Decode. And I had no idea I was going to include Supertramp, the band from primarily the 1970s. That was Supertramp's third album. And I showed that perhaps the starting point of when the board was wiped clean, and the starting point of mankind itself for the reset of the game was in the sign of Gemini, the two twins, which is the third sign of the zodiac. 3 is pi, 3.14. So folks, when you synchronize all these layers, man, it starts to unfold a story that to me is really undeniable. And perhaps telling us that we're in this prison. And it's not a prison per se, but it's a prison when you realize that you're stuck here. You can't get out. The only way to get out of it is through death, and then beyond that, we don't know what happens. So, that was my kind of little sneak peek of Prison Planet. And I hope a lot of you enjoyed it. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty uncanny, right, Caroline? I wish that I could give you my mind and we could fast forward and I wouldn't have to create all these slides. Folks, the things I find, the things that I'm being shown, they blow my mind. Just off of asking this artificial intelligence to play some music, and it does. And that's the clues it gives me. By watching the movie Black Widow, and getting one clue off that movie, which completely has blown my mind. And then it just, again, it just goes way beyond the scope of the fundamentals of how this reality works. I've been getting a lot of this, the Ripple. I watched the whole Ripple Grateful Dead music video. It's pretty awesome. They took the characters from the tarot, they animated them. I looked into who animated them. I looked to the origination of the animations, the designer behind that. I've already decoded all that stuff. I got bored with it. I didn't find any significance with it as of yet. Not where I was like, oh my God, I got to check this stuff out. I did my own decode on it, SS Cryptocurrent. I just didn't find enough stuff that just drew me in and said, hey, you got to do this. Now, that's not to say that it won't draw me in later. I just go with my intuition. I go with my downloads and me being a catalyst. That's what I go by. I go with what I feel, by what I think. And of course, there are some influences. A lot of you influence me, so. Okay, going through your comments. Yeah, of course I'm seeing these things for a reason. Everybody that is in tune with your code, you're seeing things for specific reasons. Looking at your comments. Can I decode 9/11? I actually, in my random thoughts number 6, if you haven't checked that out, that one's pretty good. I have 9/11 decoded in there. I broke down when the kids were in school and they were reciting that magical spell when Bush was sitting there, and what was on the wall, and I broke that all down. It's pretty deep. I mean, that day was on a King Clubs day, September 11th is this card right here. The 26th. Think about what I'm showing you here. September 11th is the King Clubs, which is card number 26, tied to the element iron, which is 55 in predestination, and tied to the God. God in English is 26. Thanks for joining, Deborah. Kevin, what's up, brother? Yeah, man, it's the blood. I mean, I showed in Random Thoughts number 6, ladies and gentlemen, the blood types. The 8. How many blood types are there? 8. Not 9, not 6, not 4, not 7. 8 blood types. That's for a reason. I broke down the blood types. Comes from Japan. It's tied to Japan. Ja and Pan. Perhaps the dualistic deity. Ja, praise Ja, and Pan, the god Pan. Japan. There's a reason why Japan's flag has a red dot in the middle. They call it the sun, but it looks a hell of a lot like a blood cell to me. And our blood types being 286 tied to Nihonium, and that's the word for Japan. Go check out my Random Thoughts number 6. Folks, it's it's undeniable. It's all scripted. All of it. All of our lives are scripted. So it doesn't matter, really. It doesn't matter what we do. It doesn't matter what you say, what you believe. It's already scripted. The reality is already scripted. It's written in the books. It's in the books. It's in the script. It's in the blueprint, and you're just following your blueprint. Am I drinking water? Yeah, I got my water right here. Probably not enough of it. But I drink a lot of water. I'm already like 3/4 of a gallon in already anyway. D-vortex, transmute. That's awesome. We all have negative and positive traits. We all have angels and demons. If you want to look, you can slice it or dice it any way you want, but you're going to find a story you resonate with. And when you find that story, just run with it. That's your job. That's your responsibility. If you wake up and you feel like you got to do something, if you wake up and you find your truth, then go do that. But by all means, don't think it's an absolute in your life, because things change. I mean, if you look at, I look at a lot of the decoding that I've done, my older stuff, the very beginning, and it's kind of outdated. I definitely need to refresh some of those decodes. I missed things. I was wrong in some things. Totally cool with that. Slice of pie. Yeah, I'm on today, not Sunday now, but I'm on with, I can't remember I'm on their Discord doing a podcast with these guys, Rahand and Ben and a few, some other guys with, I can't remember what is it called? Infinite Consciousness or something. I have another, I can't remember the name of it, but Back to the Future. I've done Back to the Future 1 and 2. Cheyenne, based on the Yoda, Bhagavad Gita. The Gita, the Vedas talk about golden age to the dark age. Hinduism talks about golden age to the dark age. I mean, that's the loop. I don't, that they believe it's all reincarnation. I don't know really how else we can expand upon that. I just think that, I mean, you start out as a fetus, you end up in a tomb. You start off golden, you end up dark. And then the cycle just repeats. So, I mean, that's the merging, Cheyenne, of the Vedas, the Upanishads, the Gnosticism. They all talk. I know Gnosticism talks about this reincarnation loop imprisoned by the archons in Yaldabaoth, and that may be the truth. That may be just it, folks. We may be imprisoned by Yaldabaoth, and there's absolutely nothing you're going to do about it. Absolutely nothing. There's nothing you can do about it. What if those are the facts? What are you going to do? Then what are you going to do? You're just going to say, oh, the hell with life? All right, so let me get my phone up here. Let's take some calls. See if I can. Let me get my phone working here. Okay. All right. So let's pop up the phone number. Claire, can you get a medicine card? Sure. There you go. Make it really easy. Claire, there you go. The otter number 8. Now, you're going to have to go look that up. I don't have these cards memorized. I know some of them, but I don't know all of them by heart. But obviously, the number 8 means death and regeneration. But you're going to have to go study that otter card to see exactly what it means for you in your life. Guarantee you there's going to be some significance there. I pulled it right from the middle of the deck. So if you go look up, maybe you have the book. If you don't have the book, if you type in otter medicine cards, you should be able to find the significance of that. I'm assuming since you asked, you have the book. So. Is the Marvel Universe series of recycled mythology. Maybe. I mean, I think there's a lot of truth in movies. I really, really do. I mean, I find decoding downloads all the time. Like I said, the Black Widow movie was just freaking profound for me. I mean, I found one nugget that completely blew my mind. And that right there completely showed me that our reality is scripted. I mean, I have so much proof that our reality is scripted. And if I were to go to a court of law with my information on whether our reality is scripted or not, I would bring my evidence and I would go up against anybody that thinks it's not. And you know what they would show up with? Just their opinion. They could not bring anything to the table to prove that our reality is not. They'll just bring their opinion. And we all know that if we're going to court and we're trial lawyers and we're the offense and defense, opinions don't work. You got to bring support to the trial. Yet that's what a lot of people would show up with. They would just show up with their opinion. That's it. Now, I'm not saying that their opinions are wrong, because everybody's right in their own mind. But I'm looking at it from, if we have to go and support our evidence, what do you got for evidence to support your opinion? Most people have zero. They have none. They have just regurgitation. That's it. And a lot of people think I'm an asshole because of that, because that's just the way I roll. Just they don't like me because I push and I'm like, okay, show me your evidence. And they got nothing. They got nothing. Nothing. I don't roll with that, folks. I roll with support and evidence. That's what you need to bring to the table for anybody to even listen. That's why the Bible, that's people that love theology, that's their support. They'll come to the table with the Bible and they'll be like, here's my support. Okay. Someone that believes in the Vedas, they'll bring the Vedas to the table. Someone who is from Japan and they bring the ancient texts of Shinto, that's their support. But if you're going to come to the table with absolutely just your opinion, that's lame. That just doesn't work. And again, I'm not saying it's wrong because it's right for you. But if you're going to go to court, you will lose. If you're going to have somebody, a mediator, sit in the middle and listen to your side of the story and say, okay, what do you got? Bring your first witness or give me your evidence. And you got just your opinion. You're going to lose every time. And that's what most people have. They have this fantasy in their mind and they just give you their fantasy. Like there's nobody that has ever died and can prove it to come back and tell you what's on the other side. That's just an opinion. I'm not into opinions. Trump is a time traveler. Yeah, Trump may be a time traveler. Here, let's take our first call. I think this is Chris. Is this Christine?
Yes.
What's going on, Christine? How are you tonight up there in Washington State?
I'm doing great.
Awesome.
Beautiful sunny day. Today it was warm. It was like
cool.
A great day.
Awesome. So what do you want to talk about? Something esoteric? You have a decode you found?
I was going to tell you. I had a class like 6 o'clock on Thursday morning with Ed Strocker and a few other people.
Uh-huh.
But it was like, I finally clicked in my head, the whole healing process.
Okay.
And like, I was talking to Ed about like the week before I had gone to the doctor and my blood pressure was through the roof. And then I went this past week. And before I went, I connected to my higher energy and everything. And like, I went in and when they took my blood pressure, they go, well, how did it go from this number to normal or a little below normal? And like, I don't want to get into, like...
yeah, let's keep this esoteric now. Come on. So what your question? What do you want to talk about? I mean, I appreciate listening to, so it sounds like you reduce your blood pressure down just by probably changing your way of thinking. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
That's only going to get you so far, though, because your body is run by default. So don't let anybody try to give you some kind of magical potion, because if you are not working out and out of shape, or if you're not eating healthy, your mind's only going to get you so far, because we're so programmed to be in duality. We're so programmed to be a human being that the body runs by a certain set of defaults. And so you're going to likely go right back to, in a short period of time, what the body's running by default. So if you have any of you that have high blood pressure, what's the source of the high blood pressure? What is the reason why you have high blood? Do you work out? If you don't work out, you got to start working out. That's check. You got to check that off the list, right?
Oh, I have checked it off the list.
Awesome.
I just feel I have white coat syndrome.
Well,
I go to
how did you get that? Right. So then you got to figure out how did you get that? And then
I know how I got it.
Okay. Well, that's important to know what the source is of all the issues that we have, especially with health, right? Because thinking our way
right.
into another, I don't know, that's just my take on it. I mean, I know magic's really, really, really relevant and it's powerful, but we are so programmed. And if you're not practicing like a practicing magician, like able to change, like some people can maybe practice magic and walk where they're paralyzed, right? Is that possible? Yeah, definitely, right? But if you're not practicing it on a daily basis, your body's going to go right back to default. Yeah, your body's going to go right back to default. So you got to check off the list. You got to make sure you're getting all the,
right. It's just like decoding yourself. It's an everyday thing.
It's got to be, well, yeah, for the most part. I mean, I know life gets in the way and stuff, but it should be definitely a priority in your life because you become more powerful that way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, for sure.
But I want you to pull me a medicine card.
Yeah, I figured so. Well, there's your card right there.
Get out of my head.
There you go. It's the 28. It's the armadillo, the hard shell.
Armadillo.
Yeah. Oh. And you got the book, so I don't have to go in and read all that stuff on there. But obviously the 28 is tied to having that hard shell and maybe being really protected, but it's tied to the word architect and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, you know where to go with that kind of stuff.
And I really do have a hard shell. I mean, I just don't let people in.
Mm-hmm. Well, sometimes that's not a bad thing.
I just gonna do my thing. That's it. Period. The end.
Yep. There you go. All right, Christine. Well, always a pleasure hearing from you from the great state of Washington. Not Washington, D.C. This is Washington. So always a pleasure. The armadillo's what you got. Hopefully you can find some significance to that. If not now, I know you'll, because you would hit me up and be like, hey, I found it. So I know you'll find it. Yeah. But take care of your health, man. Take care of that health of yours.
Oh, yeah, I do. I do.
Okay, cool.
All right.
Awesome. Thanks, Christine.
To you.
Yeah, you too as well. Much love up there in Washington State. All the best. All right. So Christine's been around from the very beginning, so definitely appreciate her energy. She's a master life path number 33. She calls in on these shows, and I appreciate her energy. Yeah, Christine, you sound like Roseanne Barr. Yeah, that's actually really funny because she does. Yeah, stress equals high blood pressure for sure. All right, we have another caller coming in. Let's see who this is. 248, go ahead.
Logan, it's Josh.
Hey, Josh.
How you doing?
Fantastic, my friend. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Awesome. Nice to hear from you.
Yeah, absolutely. Apologies for that long email. I didn't realize you preferred the call-in.
No, it's all good, man. When I get a lot of emails from people and I read them all. I don't skip over any of them, but it's just challenging because, you get so many emails. And then for me, if I were to respond to every email like I really wanted to, I would never get anything done, to be honest with you. And I want to respond. Yeah, I want to respond, but I mean, I can blurt out so many things through this mode of transmission and get emotionally involved with it. And you can understand my emotion. I can hear your emotion. So it's challenging. So if you're watching this transmission, ladies and gentlemen, and you send me an email, just know I'm not a fan of email. It's actually my least favorite. That's why I put my number there. My WhatsApp number is designed to not only take the phone calls, but send me a voice message. You can text me on here, but I prefer voice messages because then I can listen to them and I can just talk into my phone and send you a message back. And sometimes that even takes me time to get back. But anyway, I didn't want to make it seem like it was irrelevant, Josh, your message.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Sure. Yeah, it's very interesting. It's very interesting. I wanted to speak to you about synchronicities that I see in my living daily life.
Synchronicities, okay.
Yeah, so for instance, you've been talking about the potential for a great reset really soon. And I've been seeing the number 311 a lot recently.
Uh-huh.
And these are just a couple of my notes. Basically, I had a phone call, random phone call from someone at 311. I missed it. The next day, I had another one at 311 and missed it. So then the gas station right near where I live is $3.11. So all this, and then you know how like seeing 311 when you look at the phone randomly, stuff like that. Okay, so it's been very prevalent. So 311, that was the date that the whole 19 thing started in 2020.
Yeah.
Also the 64th prime number, which can tie to gadolinium. And what I kind of took from, yeah, exactly, right, exactly. So it made me think, for everyone listening, keep faith in the universe, and that it's all working out exactly as it should, and scripted as it should, as you've said. So that, and then I realized 3:11 p.m. is 911 minutes as well into the day. So it gets
nice.
And then it's, yeah, you know what I mean. So it keeps going, and you can go down rabbit holes. But basically, I just wanted to ask you if that's something, because I feel like I see synchronicities every day now with numbers.
Yeah, well, when you start to get into tune with the matrix itself, yeah, you're going to start to see more and more synchronicities show up. That 311 is the mirror of the 113, which is the 30th prime number, which is tied to the rabbit card. And that's, we all went down the hole and followed the rabbit of time. 30 is tied to the word demiurge, tied to the word Nazareth. Jesus was from Nazareth. And when Jesus said, nobody gets to the Father except through me, and you realize that Nazareth is Saturn, well, you start to synchronize what's the demiurge and who holds time. It's the rabbit holds the clock, and time is Saturn, Chronos. So you're kind of getting tied into that numbering aspect now. And wherever that's going to lead to, and again, it's all an opinion on why are we seeing these numbers. But it's very possible, I said, that we're all the demise. We're all sharing, us decoding, we're tapping into this code, the Mandela effect, why all these things are happening. We're all part of ushering in this new age that's coming in. And we're all doing it through focusing on these numbers that are showing up in our reality. And every time we see these numbers get energy. They have to. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's so beautiful. I feel like every single thing that's ever happened to me, as you said, I know you say it's scripted, and I agree with you. But just in the sense of me logically understanding why every single thing has happened to help me grow and propel me to where I'm at right now, and then the direction I'm looking, when I'm running forward. So, I don't know. I'm with you. I don't even have evidence, but for my personal life, I have literally thousands of examples. So I'm grateful, to sit in that knowing of that it's scripted, and I believe scripted for our highest good.
Of course. Of course. Yeah, it has to be. I mean, if you just believe in the golden age to the dark age, if you just accept that notion, which is law one material, and the most beautiful notions are golden age to dark age, and then it repeats, right? If you believe in those notions, well, then it's on a timeline, and then when it starts over and you get to the golden age, well, then life becomes miraculous in so many senses, right? We become perhaps telepathic again. Consciously telepathic. We were able to build the pyramids like they did. I mean, who knows? But the golden age by far is definitely the opposite of the dark. And the dark age, if that's what we're in right now, I believe that we're in there. It's pretty freaking dark right now. I mean, it's still magical as life really is. I mean, shit, it's getting crazy out there.
Yeah, the world stage is, I feel like that's in the it's made it very clear that it's indicative of a dark age coming to an end. I'm hoping with these,
I hope so,
as you call them, apex predators,
Yep.
hopefully leaving. That'd be great.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a fan of that, man. I mean, I don't like the apex predators on the world stage, just like anybody else does. But I mean, does the fish like the shark?
No,
does the krill like the blue whale? I mean,
don't think so.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so. But are they conscious of that? Well, they run for their lives when it comes to being eaten. They'll run. Krill do. If you study krill, which are the main source of food for the blue whale, the largest animal on Earth, it just opens up its mouth and tons of krill dump in there. Those krill have family too, right? But
Yeah,
that's just
absolutely.
the way. That's just the reality. That's the way our reality is beautiful, but it's freaking cruel.
Yeah, I like that you say they're just doing their job, because that does make sense as far as the script. Like
Yeah.
they're as scripted as we are, even though we.
They're scripted too, and I think personally that the majority of them have no idea that they're scripted. They just go and do their job, and they're like, I'm gonna go kill people. I'm gonna take people out. That's my job. I'm a sniper. I take people out. And then people will call it a sacrifice or a ritual, whatever. But that, we just fancy those words. But the reality is, they're doing their script. I mean, I don't know how else to look at. How do you justify this crazy insane asylum that we live in?
It's really tough to justify it, especially with the current world stage stuff, with the 19 stuff. So
yep.
Because it gets to a point, Logan, where it's like, it's not even it almost gets to a point where it's not an opinion if you don't see that, that the stuff is literally absolutely insane to believe that it's okay. That's kind of like, okay, well, this must be for a reason. I agree with you. It must be.
Yep. And I mean, it's all part, everything like that. Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Josh.
Oh, no, I'm with you. Yeah. Everything like that. It just, I mean, even the thing they were asking about before with the, 2001, I'm sure I need to watch that random video you mentioned, but
6.
I mean, I'm sure there's things that came from that are very clear now that we're 20 years later. We can reflect and probably see that there was reasoning,
Yep, for sure. All right, brother, do you want to get a card pulled, or did you just want to call in and chat about that, or? Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate you chatting. Thank you for your time and energy, and I'd love a card.
Yeah, all right, cool. Let's get you a card from the very dead center of the deck, and let's see what for Josh. And so you got the 10 of Wands, which is, the 10 of Clubs, and it's the crown card for good reason, because this card right here is tied to the words crown, history, and blood, but it's taking the world upon your shoulders. So it's, it's a matter of having a great deal of responsibility going on in your life. Is that what's going on for you right now? Are you having to go through a great deal of responsibility?
I'd say a fair amount.
Okay.
But this, I think this is something that I actually have to almost release, is how much responsibility I feel I have.
Right. Well, I mean, this is definitely being able to do it. You may not like it at all costs, but this card is being able to do all of this. Otherwise, you wouldn't have it, coming into your life right now. But it's just a matter of, okay, what are we going to do with that energy? Are we really going to just be Atlas and hold the world, or are we just going to transmute that energy? So a lot of different ways. And if you need more information on that card, Josh, just go to your favorite search engine, type in 10 of Wands, Teach Me Tarot, and you'll have the first link pull up and go read about that card. And I'm sure there'll be some more nuggets that you can find beyond what I've told you here.
Oh, I think I got it. Yeah,
okay, cool.
I'll just say real quick, is just that, so I'm starting my last semester of college, like in a couple days. So I suppose this may have to do with that, because you have the whole 19 stuff that's probably going to test me to be calm, and on top of it, it's going to be a rigorous semester. So Yeah, this perhaps on top of all the other things in life, yeah, that actually does resonate. I get that.
Right
yeah.
on.
Thank you.
Cool, man. Yeah, you're very welcome. Thanks for calling in. Thanks for your expressions and sharing your time with us and your support. I appreciate all that. Josh, until next time, man, all the best. Much love to you on your last semester there in the big COLLEGE, the big college. All right, buddy, until next time. So there you have it, folks. If you resonated with that, like if you feel that you have the world upon your shoulders, sometimes we don't even need to have these cards pulled for our own personal lives. We can just resonate with that, like, oh my God, yeah, I feel like I gotta sneeze here. We just feel like we have the world that's just weighted down on our shoulders, and it's just like, okay, do we transmute that energy, or do we just really hold on to that energy and just power through it, So someone had called in from 702. I don't know who that was, but you can try calling back in again. Going through your comments, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for your support tonight. I appreciate all of you. All right, so I guess I can say that I had mentioned earlier, and a big shout out again to the Syncretism Society, which is, the foundation is Danny and Santos. Anne Marie's there, and a big shout out to them. I'm gonna be bolting on some of my energy onto what they're doing, and I have to figure out exactly what segments I'm going to be sharing with them, and what I'm leaning towards right now. I have juggling a few things, but the Syncretism Society, big shout out to them. They're going to be launching their virtual academy, which is going to be a membership-based academy where you're going to have a lot of things to better your life, become a better you. I mean, that's my brand. One of my brands is called Cosmic Sugar. My website is cosmicsugar.org. And it's not finished yet, but my personal reading page is. It's where I do all my readings through. And that is my new brand, Cosmic Sugar. And the tagline for Cosmic Sugar is become a better you. And that's been my tagline. My brain, body, soul is live life from the inside, become a better you, empowering the superhero within you. These have been taglines. It's all leading to the same thing. And it's becoming the best version of yourself. And part of that, of course, is decoding your reality and realizing that you are a God. You are the architect, and you are living through a blueprint. And if you discover that blueprint, it's like, it's like finding a treasure map. That's what your blueprint is. It's discovering a treasure map and then going on the treasure hunt. Following your script is your treasure map. That's your script. D Vortex. Yeah, look. Syncretism Society is on YouTube. That's the YouTube channel you want to subscribe to. Syncretism Society on YouTube. They're also on Instagram, and the virtual academy is, of course, syncretismsociety.com. It's not ready yet, but it's close to being ready. To address D Vortex, and I know some of you have felt the same on this, so let me open this up and kind of talk about this a little bit. So some of you don't resonate with Santos and the way he expresses himself, and you got to remember, ladies and gentlemen, and I really want you to get this. is, let me put that thought on hold because I have a call coming and I don't want to miss this, but I'll get back to that in a minute. 402, go ahead.
Hi, Logan. It's Trish.
Hey, Trish, how are you? Am I on speakerphone? Try to get me off that because you have really low monotone and I can barely hear you.
No, I don't have you on speakerphone.
Okay, cool. So you may just want to talk
better?
a little. Yeah, you just may want to talk a little bit louder. But I'm on max over here, but I want to make sure everybody can hear you. How you doing tonight, Trish?
I'm doing okay. I was just wondering if I could have you draw a card for me.
Sure. You want a tarot, medicine card, cards of illumination?
Let's do the tarot.
Tarot. And do you have any specific question?
Oh, no. Nope.
Okay. So you just want what kind of the most important thing to focus on in life right now for you, Trish?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Let's do that. We're gonna pull it from the middle of the deck and let's see what we get for you, Trish. So I don't know what's going on. Do you have any conflict going on? Because you get the 5 of Wands, and this card is, and this card here is the 5 of Clubs, and it's tied to the moon. But it's really the primary focal point of this card is resistance. Like in Ohm's law in science, you have voltage, currency, and resistance. This is the resistance card. And so when you have this, you have like the sharks are swimming in your mind. And you have a lot of...
Absolutely.
Okay, so like how do you nip that in the bud? How do you correct that situation? When you see, it's awesome that you can own that space. Like when some people like, oh no, they'll just sweep it under the rug, or they'll be like, no, that's not good. They'll just be in denial. But if you can own that space, there's a lot of power in that, because then you just know everything just is, and you'd be like, okay, how do I get rid of this? I'm caught. There's all this resistance going on, and I have all this conflict going on. How do I get rid of that? And that would be something, obviously, that's personal to you, but that would be the question I would pose to you is, how do you get rid of that? How do you take that energy and transmute it? Transmute means taking it and making it into something positive, in that case, through alchemy. How do you alchemize that? Right? That's something you'd want to sit with. And if it involves other people, you may have to cut these people out of your life, or at least eliminate the conversations. If it's a matter of, someone bringing some kind of chaos to your life, how do you eliminate that? Sometimes it's saying you're sorry. Sometimes it's just, like confronting this situation when you don't want to because it's swept under the rug. But it's just there waiting for you to lift up, and it's going to rear its ugly head. Yeah.
Yeah.
Does that help?
It does.
Okay, cool.
It does.
Yeah.
I can feel the sharks. Yeah. And it's just...
Yeah. Sometimes it can get overwhelming.
Yeah, it definitely.
Yeah, but knowing is the beginning start of where it all, kind of leads into.
So yeah, I was the one that asked earlier if you've had your ley lines done. Kind
of
the grid of the planet and such. I've had Reiki healing done and shamanic journeying, and I do Reiki myself. I just haven't taken that jump to get out there and to help other people. And I know what my calling is. I'm very clear on what it is. And I know that I have this extra part of me that needs to clear and leave the doubt and leave it behind and just do it.
Yeah.
So I have scheduled an appointment with a gentleman in Colorado. His name is Case Everyday Masters. I don't know if you've heard of him, but he's pretty amazing. I followed him for a few years now. And so I have an appointment to do that. And so that's why I wondered if you have done it or heard of it before or anything like that.
No, but when you finish it, please reach out and let me know via email, decodeyourreality@gmail. I'm definitely interested in hearing more about what all that means. Because I know how big important ley lines are, latitude, longitudes. I use those in my decoding. So I'm totally down for getting more information on this topic.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're just curious, he has his own YouTube channel too. He wrote a book, so he kind of stepped away from it for a while, but he's back into it a little bit. And it's Everyday Masters is what his name is. And it's pretty amazing. Okay. The stuff that he's done, and I followed him for a few years. But I'm really excited. I just know that I need to do this because I know that I need to heal another part that's deeper.
Got it.
And nip it in the butt. Like you said, just nip the shit in the butt. Yep. Pardon that I'm cussing, but it just really needs done. And dude, yeah. I'm just over it,
Yep.
So, well, thank you for pulling a card, Logan. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, you're very welcome, Trish. And
I will keep in touch and let you know. So I go in a couple weeks from now. So
nice.
Definitely will.
Congrats.
We'll share.
Well, that's the first step, is actually taking the initiative and, moving into that space. So congratulations, and just keep me updated on everything via email, okay, or on here.
I will. And also shout out to the Synchronicity Society,
Syncretism Society, yeah.
Yes, thank you. I follow them as well as
cool.
I do you, and I'm really looking forward to it. So
yeah.
what you guys have coming.
Yeah, man. I'm excited about it. Yeah, thanks for the support. I know they greatly appreciate it as well. So, all right, Trish, well, all the best to you. Much love, and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you. You as well.
Okay, thank you. All right. So there you have it, folks. If you resonated with her message, like if you have shark swimming, if you feel like you have a lot of resistance in your life, the first step is acknowledging that it's okay, and then making the steps to get eliminating them. And of course, that can be pretty widespread, but at least acknowledging that and then moving towards eliminating it, and then moving on to the next chapter of your life. That's kind of really important. So anyway, I was addressing Santos. Some of you had said, he's being negative. Also, Santos, Santos is Santos. I'm not his keeper. I don't resonate with everything he says, everything he believes in, and of course the way he presents himself to the world stage. But the great part about our friendship is I don't force my agenda upon him, and I look at the beauty that he brings to the world stage. That's what I focus on. It's not that I ignore what I don't like, the negative stuff. We all have it, right? I see it, but then I see the beauty, and I see what he really is doing on the world stage and the information he's putting out. And he'll tell you, he's very open and transparent about his personal life. He says stuff, I wouldn't share the stuff he shares, but that's just how he rolls. And he's going through his own stuff. So sometimes, ladies and gentlemen, you're seeing Santos in raw form. And if you can look past that and just look at how beautiful of a man he is, you'll start to see more of that, right? And just try to just look into the beauty in his life. So, all right. So here we go. Another phone call, 516. Go ahead.
Good evening. How you doing today?
Fantastic. Who are we speaking to?
Joel. I wanted to know if you can put a card.
Yeah, Joel.
Possibly.
No problem. Do you have a question in mind for the cards, or something you want to kind of acknowledge, or just want to get a general card for what's the most important thing to focus on in life?
A general card right now.
Okay, awesome. Where are you calling from, Joel?
New York City.
Oh, New York City. How's it there?
It's good though. It's just been a little bit raining the past days. But it's been fine.
Okay, cool.
Except the coronavirus.
Yeah. All right, Joel. So the most important thing for you to focus on in your life right now, the middle of the deck here, we got you. Oh, wow. You got a back-to-back 5 of Wands card, which is resistance, shark swimming in your mind, a lot of, and the wands means the mind. So a lot of things going, a lot of resistance, a lot of things going on in your mind right now, battling, conflict, chaos in the mind. That ring a bell for you?
Yeah, definitely does.
Cool. So now it's awesome. So now you got to get rid of it. How do you get rid of it? And if there are other people involved, well, sometimes you have to eliminate those people.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah, Joel. Thanks for your support, man. I much love to you to New York City out there. All right, man.
I will definitely continue to use your service. I'm gonna get to you in the email so I can get more deep into it.
Yeah. Just if you need more information on this card, if you want like a deeper look, just go to your favorite search engine and type in 5 of Wands, Teach Me Tarot. 5 of Wands, Teach Me Tarot. Yeah, and just go read about this card. There's more nuggets in there than just what I said for what your life is and how you're attached to this card.
Can I ask you one more question?
Yeah.
What does the number 56 mean? Because I added my social security and it came to 56.
Well, I mean, that's tied to the social security number, so there's going to be an offset of very, very different meanings on there, because that's then tied to kind of the ownership and the maritime law and all that stuff. But the 56 in general is tied to the element barium and the number of 137, the angle of light. Now, obviously, like, wow, what does that mean? You know, obviously, how does that link to your social security number? You got to look at your all your letters and capitals, capital letters, and in the Francis Bacon numerology cipher, you got to look at that as well and link that to the number 56 and see what ties are into that. So you want to go to your Francis Bacon numerology cipher, Joel, type in your full name on your birth certificate in all capital letters and get the outcome from the Francis Bacon numerology cipher, and then you must reduce down the number 52 from that total. So if you get a total of 350, let's say, you want to subtract 52 until you get down to 52 or below, and then that's going to give you some significance as well.
I appreciate that.
Okay, Joel. Yeah, just keep watching. I have a decode how to decode your name in Francis Bacon numerology. You may want to check that decode out.
I appreciate it. I'm gonna definitely continue to follow you.
Thanks, Joel. I appreciate your support, man. Much love to you there in New York, all right? And be safe.
You as well.
Okay, thanks, brother.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, so again, going back to what I was saying. So, you know, just remember with Santos, you know, we're all going through our trials and tribulations, and you don't know what's going on in my life. You don't know what's going on in his life. We don't know what's going on in your life. And sometimes we bottle things up, we hide things, and then we just end up coming out and just, you know, being angry sometimes. But, you know, if you don't resonate with some of the stuff that he does or puts out, don't watch it. Just cherry pick. Like, I personally love the older videos that he put out. That's how I got interested in Santos, is the Vatican owns your birth certificate. That was like one of the first videos I ever watched. It's closing in on 1 million views. And that's kind of what got me addicted to his videos. So, you know, just remember that, folks. Everybody's going through the trials and tribulations. And if we can just be neutral and not pass judgment, because just we don't resonate with that information, just observe. And then be like, okay, well, maybe they're going through their shit right now. And that's why. You know? And just be understanding in that mode. And when you can stand in that layer of possibility, if you can stand in the layer of neutrality, just observe people without passing any judgment on why they're behaving a certain way or why they gravitate towards this or that, and you become neutral, you could start to see, like, maybe they're just going through their shit right now. Or maybe they're having to deal with this, or maybe they're having to deal with that. I mean, his father just passed away. I mean, you know, everybody handles death from family members, friends, whatever, in a different mannerism. You know? So just got to look at it that way. All right. So we got another caller here. Going through your comments. I'm trying to do two things at once. 248. Go ahead.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. I know this number because I remember the last four, but who am I? I can't remember your name.
Oh, I actually haven't called in before. My name's Brandon.
Brandon, you haven't called in? You have. I think you have because I remember your last four of your phone number. No?
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Oh, okay. I could have. Well, you must have somebody must have a number similar to yours then. Brandon, how you doing? Thanks for calling in, man. What can we do? What can we talk about? Do you want to talk about the esoteric, the occult, the cards? What do you want to talk about?
I guess just pull a card.
You want to just get a card pulled? Okay. Where are we calling from? Where are you at right now in the world?
Michigan.
Michigan. The big blue.
Yeah.
All right. Do you have any specific question for the cards, Brandon, or do you just want me to just pull a card for what's the most important thing for you to focus on in life right now?
Yeah, I guess that sounds good.
Okay, cool. So let's do that. Let's get right to the middle of the deck and let's see what we get for you. So you got the 5 of Cups. And this card right here is tied to the heart. And it's very, very clear what this card means. It's a guy dressed in black or a character dressed in black. And standing in front of the character is 3 cups spilled. And the whole symbolism behind this card, Brandon, is that you're really kind of looking at the cups in front of you that are spilled, and you can't let those go. So this really, what this card means is that something happened or something's happening in your life that you're having a hard time letting go of. And you're holding on to whatever this idea is or person is, or maybe you lost a business, maybe you got, maybe you lost a job, maybe you lost an opportunity. Maybe you have your sights set on something, you put your energy in for weeks and weeks, and it just didn't pan out. And so this card is where it's telling you that you're putting too much emphasis on what was, but right behind you are 2 other cups, and that what could be. And so it's telling you just to turn around and forget about what was and focus on what's in front of you. Like what other possibilities are there in your life that you can take a hold of and move into. Does that resonate with you?
Yeah, no, it does a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And if you need more help on that card, you want to just go to your favorite search engine, type in 5 of Cups, Teach Me Tarot, and it'll give you a ton more information on what that card means. And it will link to your personal life.
All right, yeah.
Okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, Brandon. All the best. Much love to you in Michigan, man. Stay safe out there.
You.
All right. So if you resonated with that, if you are someone who have put a lot of energy into something and it didn't pan out, how long are you going to sit and wallow with those ideas based upon the attachment of what it is that you really wanted to work out? And that card, of course, 5 of Hearts. 5 is manifestation. So when it didn't manifest, sometimes we are sulking. Sometimes we're depressed. Sometimes. Why did my camera go out? Oh. That was interesting. My camera just glitched on me. Well, let's get this call coming in. 781, go ahead.
Hi, Logan. How are you?
Fantastic. How are you?
Good. My name is Dee from D Vortex. I just wanted a point of clarification.
Okay. No problem. What can I clarify for you?
I appreciate him. I just think that his energy is being derailed. He has so much to offer.
Yep.
And when he's wasting his time with so many of these trolls, we are missing out on a lot of the good things that he can be sharing with us.
I agree. I totally agree.
I think they're doing that on purpose because he's really tapping now into some real stuff.
Yep.
And they're trying to, suck out all of his energy, and it's just terrible.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's challenging because, he's a friend of mine. He's a dear friend of mine. Yet, he's his own keeper, right? So it's challenging, but it's a point well taken because, personally, like if you watch the debacle that he did with Craig from the Flat Earth guy,
right.
That was a big debacle, and I didn't want him to do the debate because I just knew what this guy was all about. And it was a nightmare, and it sucked him dry,
They're
and
doing it on purpose. They're doing it
yeah,
on
of
purpose
course.
He's so there. He's like at the gate.
Yep.
and they're just throwing everything they have at him. And
Yep.
it's time that he shields himself. He reminds me just of my father. My father was an Aries. My father was stern and strong like him and strong-willed. He is just like my father, and I see it in him. And that's why I feel so passionate about it. Like, I wish I could tell him, like, don't give him any of your energy.
Yeah.
It's not worth it.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a point well taken, and you know, us here that are local, you know, we definitely have been pouring love into his life and doing our thing here. So, you know, people out there that resonate with this message, that love Santos Panacci and everything he does, just send him a prayer, send him some love and energy, and you know, a collection of that definitely helps out.
Lucky that he has you all. I mean, I can see it in his videos now that he's got this community. It's just amazing what you guys are doing for him.
Yeah,
it's
thank
just
you.
like you guys are changing his life, and you can see it, you know, with his new partner. He's a different man. Period.
Yeah.
So I'm really happy for him. But you know, I also wanted to bring up, I don't know if you ever looked at Salvador Dali's artwork.
No, wait a minute, that name sounds familiar. What is that all about?
Yeah. So Salvador Dali, he is a renowned painter of surrealism. And if you look at the root word of surrealism is S-U-R, which means above or superior to. So it's like superior to realism. So it's crazy. If you look at his paintings, there's one called The Temptation of Saint Anthony. And if you see it, it's basically revelations. Everything, like the horseman, the symbolism, even to the tiniest detail. He's got the structure of a family, a father, a mother, and they're broken apart by everything that's happening. It's crazy.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah, you should look into that painting because you'll find so many decodes. He did actually a mini movie with an animation movie with Disney.
Okay.
And,
interesting.
It's really incredible. I think it's called Destino, meaning destiny, and it's a woman, and you can see the like the fight between a man and a woman trying to get together, but in reality, it's like us humans trying to fulfill our destiny, and the hamster wheel getting in the way, the matrix getting in the way of that. And it's a short film. You should definitely watch it and then look at this painting. One of his quotes said that if you get to understand his paintings, then he didn't do his job. Meaning that what the syncretism that he's hiding in his paintings, if you get to see it, then he didn't hide it from you well enough.
Got it. Can you, I would just request, can you send me an email with the links to that? Because I have so much going on. I would appreciate, because I'm interested in taking a look at that. Yeah, decodeyourreality@gmail is my email. And I'll definitely take a look at it for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks again for everything you do. We love you, man.
Much love out there. I appreciate you as well. Did you want to get a card pulled, or you just wanted to come on and talk about that?
Sure. No, I wanted to share, but you know, you can definitely do that for me.
Yeah. Okay. Do you have a question you want to ask the cards as me as the catalyst, or do you just want to pull what's the most important thing?
Sure. So, I'm in an interesting place because, you know, the last card you pulled for me was had to do with too much on my plate, and ever since then I put stuff down and I'm focusing and trusting in the universe. So now I would like to know sort of like if it's doing what I'm supposed to, if I basically am listening and doing what I'm supposed to be doing, if I'm the right track now.
You're on the right track. Okay, well let's check and see where you stand right now from the middle of the deck here. So, well, it's really interesting because you pulled the 8 of Cups, and this is, this card is all about walking away and going on another journey, a spiritual journey. And obviously that card's telling you that you've definitely gone on track. You've left behind the things that were on your plate that we talked about the last time that we got together. How fitting for you, the 8 of Cups.
Yeah, appropriate. Yes.
Very spot on.
I've been following you for a while. Thank you so much, and can't wait for you to to meet you when we get to Mexico.
Oh, I would love that. I look forward to meeting a lot of you when you get down here to Mexico. So thank you for all your support and your kind words and your love. I appreciate that. Much blessings to you, and we'll talk soon.
Everyone, don't forget to smash that like.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you so much for your support. All the best. We'll talk to you again soon. All right. Take care. All right. So what a lovely person. And if you resonated with that, folks, you know, if you had too much on your plate and, you know, are you in tune? If you have a lot on your plate, can you just say no? Sometimes you got to say no. No's a pretty big word, right? A lot of people just want to say yes all the time to be liked. People pleaser, right? And I know what that's like. I speak from experience. But when do we say no? When can we say no? And when is it fitting to say no? That's the big clue. All right, so we have another call coming in. 372, go ahead.
Hi, Logan. This is Ralph.
Hey, Ralph, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Fantastic, thank you.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
So I've been researching some stuff, and I remember you talking about Shungite and it not being proven to work.
Shungite?
Yes.
Yep. Did you find something?
Well, I've been researching all these EMFs and stuff, and how like you talk about how everything has this EMFs basically, and we need to ground ourselves and stuff. So I've been looking into that whole area for quite some time, and came across this Shungite that is called I don't remember what it's called, but he shows on the video how with the EMF meter that it basically nullifies the EMFs of a phone when it has the Shungite plate on it.
Can you share that video with me to my email? Do you have that in your history? Can you find it and then email it to me, please?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes, I was about to do that.
Cool. Thank you. Totally down. I mean, I got all my Shungites. I have all my Shungite right here. I have 3 pyramids. I have a square of it. I used to wear a necklace with Shungite. I haven't really worn that in a while, but I used to drink Shungite water. So
yeah,
I'm a big fan of Shungite.
Yeah, you shared the video on your YouTube channel where I don't remember the guy who what was his name, but it was a doctor who was speaking about these EMFs and how it basically it's making everybody sick because nobody's grounding, and the phone is such a deadly weapon.
Yep. Yeah, it's slowly cooking everybody.
Yeah, that made me really conscious about it, and now I'm not even okay with having my phone like beside my head and having the need to ground myself after a long phone call.
Yep. Yeah, it's a tricky situation because the majority of us that are watching this transmission, we enjoy technology. You know, I mean, I'm surrounded by it. I got my computer here. I have a 32-inch, a 27-inch monitor right here, so I can see and do my graphic design. I got my phone here. You know, my other phone's here. So, I mean, it's really challenging to kind of mix the two together, which is that and then our personal lives as a human being. So, but I'd love to see that video, and thank you for your call. Did you want to get a card pulled, Ralph?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a specific question?
Yes. So last time when you spoke, you pulled a card and you said I was going on a journey, and basically I started this journey. It's NFT project of 10,000 profile pictures, and there's a lot more to it, but that's basically the short story of it. And I've been still on the Bob Proctor grind.
Yep.
Every day, all day.
You've been doing Bob Proctor, Born Rich?
Yes.
And okay.
Every day, all day.
Awesome. So tell the audience how that's working for you.
Well, the mindset has changed like quite significantly.
That's all that matters.
Yes. And it's really important.
Yep.
I feel.
That's the first step. It's the first step before manifestation happens.
Well, I have my goal card, and
nice.
what's on my goal card, and I've been watching this whole day, and I've also made vision boards that how these things are gonna sell out.
Beautiful.
And on my goal card, basically, there's this quote that my NFT project will be a huge success.
Awesome.
And with this comes the question, because it's releasing next month, and the question is, what I must do for my NFT project to be a huge success.
Okay, cool. So Ralph's asking what you need to do to have this NFT project a huge success. So let's see. We'll go right to the middle of the deck. Well, what's fascinating is you got the Knight of Pentacles, which is the Jack Diamonds card, which is really a card of tapping into your intuition and tapping into your emotional field. If you're an empath, if you resonate with being an empath, this is a card of tapping into becoming more in tune with your empathic qualities. Let me give you some more keywords on that, but you definitely want to check out, you want to go to your favorite search engine and type in Knight of Pentacles, Truly Teach Me Tarot, and you'll get a boatload of information, more than I can give you on that website there. But let me just give you what I can give you for some keywords for this. So this is telling you really to be paying attention to detail. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Paying attention to detail, and you're in it for the long haul. That's the keywords I can give you, is really paying attention to detail, but don't get too caught up in the details. So the Jack Diamonds, the Knight of Pentacles, is the birth card of the United States of America. And if you know what the U.S. is, it's like, the whole tagline, land of the free, home of the brave. I mean, that's kind of not really relevant or true, but the concept is true. Like, what would it be like for you if you lived in a free land and you were really brave enough to go out there and get the job done? That's the Knight of Pentacles. So it's the Knight, and the Knight attacks. So this is telling you attack.
Okay.
Attack.
Okay.
But go read about that card, because the Pentacles means money. Sure. So you got to go attack. Pay attention to detail. Don't get lost in the details.
Yeah.
Okay. Make sense?
Yeah. Loud and clear.
Okay, cool. Go read about the card, though, because this is important for you.
Yeah.
All right. Keep me updated on your progress.
And I'll send you the Shanghai thing.
Please. I appreciate it, Ralph. All right, man. All the best. Much love to you in the world. Stay safe. Talk soon.
Talk soon.
Okay. Take care. All right. So there you go, folks. Folks, there's a living proof. The guy's been living, sleeping, breathing, born rich. And he had said it really crystal clear. Like, starts in the mind first. You got to get your mind in the right place, because you see, Bob Proctor and Born Rich will tell you, before anything manifests, it has to start here. Starts here, and then it manifests through the body. This is the instrument of the mind. The mind uses the body to work through. So whatever you think in here is going to manifest through the physical body. If you think negatively all the time, it's going to manifest through the body. There's no other way around it, by the way. You can't think negative and have positive experiences. I can guarantee you That is never going to happen. You can't think negative thoughts and then have positive experiences. It doesn't work that way. Those are kind of rules of the cosmos, if you will. Yes, you can call with Telegram. I have all three: Telegram, Signal, WhatsApp. You can call either one, either one of those three. I'm going through some of your comments now. Hang on a sec. So let's talk about that a little bit. Let's talk about the radiation and the phones. And this is really important information. So this should be like standard for all of you. Standard would be at night, either turn your phone off or put it on airplane mode. You put it on airplane mode, it shuts the Wi-Fi off. It's not a receiving station anymore. So either one works. And then step number 2, which would go a little bit further, is just turn your router off at night. And the benefit of that, because typically most people leave their routers on all the time. And that thing just gets hot and abused in a way. It never shuts off. Never sleeps. So a good habit to get into is to turn your router off when you go to sleep. That way there's nothing going through your walls. And because I mean, if you put your phone on airplane mode or shut it off and the router is still on, it's still transmitting a signal. And then, you can do your grounding, like I have this is what I wear around my ankle when I sleep. And then this cable, it's a long cable. It connects to the negative part on my wall that you plug in. You plug into the negative, and then this just wraps around my ankle, and it's got metal on the inside, and that metal attaches to your skin. And the concept behind this is it grounds you when you sleep. Now you can put the mat on your feet and do it that way. I just think it's easier to have it, and the cable's long enough to where you can walk outside to the bathroom, and it's pretty long. But those are ways to keep you grounded. And then try to get outside and ground every day. Barefoot. That's why I love having the beach. One of the reasons why I came here to Mexico, this side of this Puerto, the beach, other than coming and helping Santos and Danny and the Syncretism Society, was to go to the beach. I'm literally 500 steps to the beach. So I get there as much as I can, and it forces me to go put put my feet in the sand, and I get my sun. I get in the water. I get the benefits of the salt water. That's the way I set my life up. But if you don't have the ability to do that, if you can't get out to the water or whatever, you're just not a fan of the water or something like that, but you can ground. Get your feet touched to the earth. Or, again, if you're in front of the computer, you just get a grounding tool. So you're sucking in all these EMFs and then you're grounding them out. And they're not just storing up in your body. And you're becoming this freaking massive ball of energy that can be really decaying on the body. So yeah, if you get a voltmeter, you can test how much voltage is running through your body. When I got here, I had forgotten all about earthing. At least life got in the way. I mean, I have studied so many medical protocols. I've been in the health and wellness industry almost my entire life. Before I got involved in the mystical arts and the cards and doing astrology readings and numerology and all that stuff, I was in the medical field. I'm certified in nutrition. I've been a nutritionist for a very long time. I was in the stem cell world. I have friends in LA that work in the stem cell industry. I was in that industry for a while. And you know, I love the medical world. I love the body and helping people heal, you know, through the body. And I had gotten into earthing. I had read the book years ago, and life got in the way, and I just forgot about it. You know, I move around a lot. I just conform to life again. And so when I got here, Danny from Syncretism, you know, he's big into it. So of course I didn't not notice it. And he's constantly promoting it, and I'm thank him for that. And so I just I got a grounding kit, and now it's part of my life again. But I think it's an important tool for the majority of us because of how much time we spend in front of our technology. And there's a happy medium. We can enjoy the technology and still ground and still be a human being and all that kind of stuff. Where can you buy that? Jonathan's asking. You can buy it on Amazon. There's the company that I got mine through, and there's a whole bunch of them. So please do your due diligence. Check out the reviews. This one's called Land Kissing. It's made in China. I'm not going to not tell you that. It's a simple device. And you can just get a voltmeter and test to see how much the voltage has been reduced down. But you're better off spending a couple extra dollars on the better ones that have a high rating. That maybe I would definitely get one made in the USA if you can. I'm limited here in Mexico, but you know, I would do your due diligence on what you buy for sure. And I think it's a necessary component to have in your life is a grounding tool. You know, if you can't get out there every day. And even if you can get outside every day and ground, if you're spending a lot of time in front of electronics, well, you want to be grounding. You want to definitely getting rid of the EMFs that you're taking in. Even if you have shungite, you know, and you are a fan of the gemstones. I know I got them sitting in front of my monitor. 3 pyramids. Plus my cube. You know, I mess around with them. Pinker, thanks for your comments. Looking at some of your comments. Just looking at some of your comments, folks. Yeah, just do your due diligence, folks, on the grounding. It's really important. It's part of the health protocols of the Syncretism Society because, you know, we take in so much EMFs. And, you know, look, folks, I don't know what it's going to look like in our future days ahead. You know, is it going to become a utopian society, or are we simply going to be going into a more dark dystopian world? There is no guarantees on which way we're going to go. No matter what you think is going to happen, you must be neutral about all this kind of stuff. Yeah, sure, you can definitely think utopian and, you know, Jesus is going to come and save the world and all that. Yes, nothing wrong with those thoughts. Obviously, it's challenging to live in this insane asylum. But let's not forget that there are things that you must check off the list to do on a day-to-day basis. I'm actually going to be part of the Syncretism Society. I'm going to be getting back into my health and wellness roots. And I've already talked to Danny about this. And I think, you know, what I'm going to be helping out with is a nutritional course to help some of you out with getting back on track. You know, I see the average in the world. I see what's going on in the world. Like I said, I've been in the medical field pretty much all my life. I know that over 60% of the world is obese. I know that it comes not just with like overeating, but it comes with, the mind, programming of the mind. And it led to the abuse of satiation. I know that. Folks, if you have an abundance of weight, if you're overweight, the number one weight reduction solution is water. Drink more water. As a matter of fact, in the weight reduction protocol that I used to do and use is we monitor. I don't ask. We monitor how much water you drink. And what I found over the years, the majority of people out there are dehydrated. And see, you'll conform to dehydration. Your body's very intelligent and it is literally very, very resistant to a lot of things, but not immune. And it can withstand a lot of abuse. But the majority of people I see out there, and this is through years of experience, the majority of people are dehydrated. The number one cause of daytime fatigue, dehydration. Number one, dehydration. Body's made up of primarily water, folks. If you're not getting enough water in your daily routine, you're going to pay the price. So a lot of people have health issues and then they go to the doctor and then they get a prescription or a diagnosis and they're dehydrated. And the doctor never asks that. How much water do you drink? But it's a main thing. It's a main issue. And if you're not drinking enough water, you're not cleaning out the pipes. And you become acidic. And of course, acidity will decay you very, very quickly. Faster than you would be if you're in homeostasis or a little bit slightly out. You want to be slightly alkaline. Not abundantly alkaline. You want to be slightly alkaline. That's all you need to be. Between 7 and 8, around those numbers, which is very fitting because that's the air we breathe, nitrogen and oxygen, 7 and 8. And that's the pH balance, the scale right there. So if you're overweight, number one rule of thumb, drink more water. If I was your health coach, if you hired me to be your health coach, I guarantee you're dehydrated if you're overweight. The majority, now there are going to be exceptions, but the majority of people that are overweight are dehydrated. And then, of course, most people that are overweight, they consume too many acids. What are acids? It's the foods that provide you satiation. Pastas, cereals, breads, cakes, cookies, sugar. The stuff that we love is acid. That's why this world's jacked up. The script is designed to regenerate. Start off like, the golden egg, and then it decays over time because you consume acid. We don't die, we kill ourselves. That's what we do. We kill ourselves through satiation. It's a big part of it, and lack of hydration. And then, of course, what kind of water are you drinking? That has a big say in it. So if you're overweight, you're probably not drinking enough water. And then of course, what kind of water are you drinking? Folks, you got how much water? Well, 96 ounces a day. Now, a lot of you would be like, whoa, that's wow, 3 liters? That's a lot of water. If you think 96 ounces is a lot of water, you are definitely dehydrated. 1,000%. Because you're in the mindset of like 96 ounces, that's a lot of water. If you think that that's a lot of water, you're dehydrated. Dehydration will cause a ton of problems in your life. And then, of course, acidity goes hand in hand with dehydration. You're not flushing. And then, of course, let's not forget, you got to work out. If you have the ability to work out and you're not working out, I believe you're selfish. Because I've said this so many times, it's like, if you can work out and you don't, and then you get sick because you didn't work out, take care of yourself, then the people that love you, that are around, they have to stop their life to take care of you. They have to help you. That means they got to take time out of their day, their schedule, because you didn't take the time to be preventative. I'm a big proponent of that, and I stand firm in that. Because I'm an advocate of working out. I'm an advocate of taking care of the body. I'm an advocate of living in balance, homeostasis. That's where it's at. Just be balanced. Most people are not. Most people are acidic. And you'll know you'll get acidic just by looking at what you eat on a day-to-day basis. I can look at each and every one of yours food regimens, and I can pick it apart for the most of you. I mean, some of you have really clean food regimens and all that stuff. And it's challenging, folks, because the food that satiates us is acidic. It's tough. It's challenging. Looking at some of your comments. Yeah, Sarah, 60 to 75%. I think we're actually higher than that. I think we're more in the 85 to 90% region of water. Because when you really break it down, even the physical structures like the skin, it's all water based. So, but nonetheless, it's the skin and what's below that is the biggest. The skin is the largest transporter of toxins because of all the sweat glands, and it's what's below that. And most people just consume way too many acids. And, ladies and gentlemen, it bleeds into the esoteric. What do I mean by that? Well, what are you putting through your eyes? What's filtering through your eyes? What do you see through your eyes? What are you looking at through your eyes, your senses? I mean, what you put in your mouth goes through the body. And, I go by dead and alive foods. And so most people consume more dead foods, more acidic foods. And that's because it causes the most satiation. But then you have the alive foods that give you life, raises your pH, alkaline. So it's whatever you're going to put in your mouth, is it going to give you life or take life from you? It's a pretty easy rule of thumb. Well, that goes into the esoteric because it's all a matter of now in the mystical realm, what are you seeing through your eyes? If you turn on the telly, and I know some of you are like, I don't watch television anymore, but you're on the internet all the time. Well, there's no difference. Stop saying that. Think about what you're saying. I don't watch TV anymore, but you're on the internet all the time. There's no difference. It's just a different form of communication. But what you're looking at, is it acidic or is it alkaline? Is it acid? Like the news. Like if you if you go to CNN, is the majority of CNN, is it going to give you life or is it going to take life from you? Well, it's more acidic. I mean, there's things on there. Don't get me wrong. I mean, you can go on there. You can go into the world and the travel, and there's some cool stuff on their website, right? But the majority of news, and I'm not just saying this is not picking on CNN, the majority of the news stations are acidic. decay. Think about what I'm telling you. Our bodies we are programmed to lean and gravitate towards acids. I would much rather go out and have pizza and pasta and, the satiation foods. I would much rather go eat those. And I love bread. I love pizza. I love pasta. It's all acid. I love coffee, acid. I love sugar. I love candy. I do. I like it. It's all acid. So if you correlate that into what you watch, what you enrich your mind with, is it acid or is it alkaline? What are you listening to? What are you filling your ears with? Music. Is it acid or is it alkaline? Like this music I have playing in the background, would you say this is acidic music? Or is it more alkaline? Well, it's definitely more in the middle. It's definitely not like, death metal, like, like that. That's more acid. So what you're looking at on the internet, if you just ask yourself, like, is this stuff I'm reading, is it acidic? Is it decaying me? That big topic on the world stage, whether it's real or not, I've talked about this so much. How much energy are you giving it? How much do you talk about it? How much do you give to that topic in your own personal life? Someone comes at you and gives you something. Like if someone sends you an email on that topic, do you open it up and read it? It's a catch-22. It's a big contradiction because, of course, you want to arm yourself. You want to educate yourself on what's going on the world stage. But it's when you get caught up in it and you start talking about it and smashing it and bashing it. Oh, I can't believe that they went out and did this. That's all acid, folks. That's all decay. That is not alkaline. That's decay. And that is the news. The news is designed to make you decay. That's its job. If you look at these things through the lens of archetypes, like I talked about this on a podcast before about I lived in Texas, in the great state of Texas for a short period of time. I was in Fort Worth, Texas. And I got to go and visit a mega church called Fellowship Church. It was a great experience. I mean, this place had professional musicians and the stage and they had everything, childcare and you go in there and people are just smiling and happy. And forget the message of what they were talking about. Just like this place was alkaline. It was giving you life. It wasn't taking life from you. I didn't get any of that energy there. That whole experience, it was happy. People were loving. It was an archetype that was expressing alkalinity. It was an archetype expressing love, which is alkaline. It's an archetype. Everything are archetypes. Like this glass jar is an archetype. It holds my water, which is an archetype. Water is an archetype. And of course, water can be acidic. The majority of water at grocery stores, if you test it with a strip, it is acid. You can say spring water on it all it wants. But the majority of water on the grocery store shelves is acidic. And then when you drink it, your body has to neutralize that acid because that's what it's going to do. It's going to buffer the acidity in there. So a little trick is you can take a little baking soda, a little bit, and you buy a bottle of water and drop a little bit of baking soda in there and it makes the water alkaline. It's kind of like a little trick you can do. But that's how archetypes work, folks. That's how they work on this world stage. Everything works as an archetype. It's either going to give you life or it's going to take life from you. And there are no exceptions. That's how this reality works. It's angel and demon. The angel's alkaline, the demon is acid. Think about what I'm saying here to you. And we have both. If you have an ego, all of you do, that's your demon. That's your acid, your identity. And it doesn't want to die. Everything wants to survive here in this reality. Everything's alive. Like these cards, they may not have lungs. They may not breathe air, but they're alive. And they're archetypes. At what level? Well, you could break it all down, but that's why they deliver truth, because they're archetypes. And they've been here a hell of a lot longer than you and I. This 5 spades, it's been here for a very long time. Longer than I've been around. So who has seniority? Me? Because I can crumble this card up and throw it away or light it on fire? Does that give me seniority over the card and the archetype? No, because there's another one to replace this one. So everything is an archetype, folks, in this reality. So if you fancy, like, again, I went to this mega church. It was an amazing experience. I got the takeaway that I got from that church. It wasn't the message of what was being said on stage, that whole charade. It was the experience and how it made me feel when I was there. I think that's why people go to churches, because it makes them feel a certain way. That's how I get it. I mean, you can go to some of these churches and they're just like hammering acid at you. If you don't do this, you're going to die and you're going to burn. And that's all freaking acid in your face. And that's what people live their lives through, is a fear of acid. Some of you live your life through acid. The majority of your life, if you were to analyze your life, if I were to sit down with you one-on-one, we talk about your life, and I write it all down, some of you are really acidic. But you like that. You like being acidic. And you like it because you've conformed to it and you've lived your life primarily through acid. And it works for you. It's not healthy for you, but it's something that you've done your whole life. And I see it. I see it on social. I can see it so easy. And I'm just an observer, without judgment, just observing. And I see it. I see people that live in, remember, if you live in fear, that is acid. Fear is acid. Fear is not alkaline. Love is alkaline. Fear is acid. So, which one are you juggling? You're juggling both, and which one are you playing out today in your life? Which one are you playing out, folks? Because if you're living out a life of fear and acid, if you're buying into the acid on the mainstream, you're going to decay a lot faster. No matter what's going on the world stage, no matter what the narrative is, no matter, because folks, listen, if the new age is coming, if this whole reset's coming, there's not a damn thing you're going to do about it. You think you're going to do something about the reset that's coming, that was already written in the script? You're not going to do anything about it. So, if that's coming, yeah, you can prepare. But do you think it'd be better to be more alkaline in your life than acid? If the outcome is inevitable, A lot of people, and this may be you, live in a state of acid so much, and a lot of your health problems are caused by that acid. A lot of them. Because these ideas, if you start studying, healing techniques, there are people that heal with tuning forks, which is a fascinating way to heal. We have these ideas, entities that get stuck in our biofield, and they just make us decay faster. So again, if the new age is coming, folks, it's inevitable, okay? We all can see it. You can smell it. You can see it. But if you're giving into the narrative of the fear, like you can observe without being fearful. You can observe without being acidic. But what are you doing in your life? So many people are they're just spitting out so much acid in their life around them. They're surrounded by acidic people. Talking about those topics on the world stage. Sharing their acid with other people that are sharing their acid. And there's a conglomerate of acid right now. And it's tough. It's challenging. I'm not going to debate that. But it starts with you. Not me. It doesn't start with me. I'm not living your life. It starts with you and your life. So you got to ask yourself the question, like, in my daily activities, how much acid versus how much alkaline am I living through? My activities, are they alkaline or are they acid? What I think about, talk about, are they acid or alkaline? You're going to have both, but which one's going to be dominant in your life? That's feeding the wolf, by the way. The wolf is black and white. You got two wolves. Remember, you have an ego and a spirit, so to speak, and you're going to feed both. Well, the majority of people that I see on the world stage, they're feeding the acid side so much. And they're killing themselves. It really boils down to love and fear. Those are the two emotions that we have. And how much fear plays out. It's not a matter of how much love, because that's the tough part. The easy part is fear and acid and satiation. That's where all like the devil and temptation, it's all acid, folks. Acid is on the pH scale. If you just look at the pH scale, it goes from 1 to 14. That's time, by the way. Just so happens the pH scale goes from 1, which is completely acid, like burning your skin acid, and then 14, which is completely alkaline, which too much alkalinity can be harmful as well. But the middle is 7. And the homeostasis, which is balance, is going to be between 7 and 8. Like if you're peeing on the strips, that's another thing you can do. I have the strips to test your alkalinity. Every morning I wake up, I pee on the strip. Occasionally throughout the day, I pee on the strips. I want to see if I'm alkaline or acid. I want to get that gauge. If you're peeing like a green, you're good. If you're pissing on the strip and it's yellow, you're acid. That's not good. That decays quicker. So you have for your physicality, how much acid versus alkaline are you partaking in? Are you working out? Are you drinking enough water? Are you taking enough of your nutrients every day? These are all things that I'll be covering in this nutrition course that I'm putting together that will be launched in the Syncretism Society. And it's so simple, but we don't pay any attention to it. People make it too complex when you could just simplify it. It's acid versus alkaline. It's really simple. And if you can own the space of the human beings are programmed to be acidic because we're the devil. We're just little devils down here. So naturally the devil is going to be acidic. That's why we're drawn to acidity down here in Wonderland. Think about the paradox that the majority of things that are good for you taste nasty. Like, and I'm not saying like, no, because I love vegetables, I love fruits and all that stuff. Those things are alkaline. Yes, the majority of them are, right? But if you have to take supplements and like the powders and turmeric powder, it's all just nasty to me. The majority of you would agree on that. The roots and the herbs that heal your body, they taste horrible. What a paradox. And it's just like the architect's like laughing because it's like, oh, let me just, piss in their Fruit Loops. And that's the comedy. Everything that's good for us doesn't provide any satiation, or it provides less satiation. But the things that are bad for us in that sense are the things we gravitate towards. I've done this analogy so many times of, feeding people and having on one side of the table, and I just use pizza because it's one of the most widely consumed foods in the world, having pizza and then it going head to head against steamed asparagus or steamed broccoli. Which one's going to get eaten first? And those of you that say, oh, the asparagus is going to get eaten first, man, what are you thinking? That is totally not the case. If you did a study, I guarantee you 100 times out of 100, the majority of people will choose the pizza, the stuff to say, the candy, satiation, because that's how we're programmed. That's how much of a joke this reality is. We don't die, we kill ourselves. Everything we consume as we move through time decays us. That's how this game's set up. It's a joke. Just gotta laugh at it. What else can you do on it? And yes, we are the devil. We're the devil, folks. It's okay to be that. Just be the best little devil you can. Perhaps we get thrown down here, come down here, and the architect knows that it's going to have to experience a different reality that it's not used to. We do the best we can based upon the circumstances. Again, think about the basics I'm telling you of how human beings are programmed, how the average, there are going to be exceptions. I'm not getting into the exceptions because there are going to be people out there that'll be like, oh no, Logan, that's not me. But the food that causes satiation is acidic. The majority of it. 99% of it is acidic. Those of you that consume animals, that's your choice. Guess what all animal protein is? Acidic. There is no animal protein that's alkaline. You can scour the earth. The fact is, any animal that you consume is acidic. That's a fact. So I'm not here to debate that whole concept or that whole topic. You got to make the truth your own. You got to you're owning up to your own responsibilities in life. But plants, like vegetables, they give you life. Alkaline. Or at least keep you base. But animal-based protein, it's all acidic. Eggs, fish, beef, pork, chicken, turkey, anything animal-based is acidic. Okay? That's about, I don't have to go deeper into that. But that's just the way it is. So I've harped on this topic a lot tonight because just kind of, I guess, felt like talking about this, but it's really simple when you look at the acid alkaline and you look at it in the foods and water and the beverages you drink and then what you fill your mind with. Is it acid or is it what I'm about to watch? Is it acidic or is it alkaline? Or is it in the middle? Is it neutral? And of course, your reaction to these things will have a play in it as well, because you can watch something that is acidic and just be like, be neutral to it. And there is there's a practice with that as well. It's just most of us, when we watch something and it's acidic, we get drawn into the acidity. And it comes with practice, for sure. Gluten-free, yeah. The gluten thing took off like a rocket, right? But I study that quite a bit. I've done some podcasts on the whole gluten aspect, and I can tell you that, and this is my opinion, no, we don't have a gluten sensitivity, and this is the majority, the average now. We don't have a gluten sensitivity. We have a glyphosate sensitivity, and glyphosate is the chemical in Roundup that they spray everywhere, and that is what has caused digestion issues for the majority of people that say they're gluten intolerant. And it's not gluten, because you can go have gluten powder. They make Satan with it. It's kind of interesting. They call it, which is the fake chicken, the vegan chicken. It's made from chickpeas or gluten flour and stuff like that. That stuff you can probably tolerate. It's glyphosate that you have an issue with in your gut. And that's being completely compromised through the breakdown of the gut. And this stuff, folks, where did this stuff come from? Well, let's make some Roundup Ready and spray weeds with it. And that stuff was made for containers on railroad cars to clean out the metal. If you study the history on glyphosate, it was to clean out the cars, the metal. And then some scientists designed it to kill weeds. And now they spray it on all these wheat fields. And it's crazy the amount of glyphosate that's in the world today. That stuff wasn't around 50 years ago. So again, you go look at the lineage of the golden age to the dark age. And when you go back in time, you get away from decay. The more time that clicks on the clock, the more decay comes down the pike for all of us. That's just how this game works. Sabrina, what's happening? Organic food. Yeah, even the organic stuff, man, being in the U.S., I'm just not a fan of the whole organic. I just think it's another way for them to monetize and make money. I think there is like a true sense of having organic foods, but even the foods that are labeled organic, they have to go through certain regulations, and even those foods are not even organic if you really want to get down to brass tacks. So I'm just not a fan of that stuff. I just think it's all a way to make money and charge you more cash. And Sky Bell, I need animal protein. Sorry, not sorry. Again, you just live your life. If you feel that's the best way to live your life, go live that. I don't think that people need to really state the way they are, and because I personally, if we talk about this, personally, I have studied nature so deep. And this whole reality is set up on, you have carnivores, you have omnivores, and you'll have the vegans that will come in and say, it's got to be veganism. And that's them, of course, making the decision that, and they're going to give you every way of why you should be a vegan. And I know why veganism has come in, because there are too many meat eaters and it's too unbalanced. But if you look at the esoteric there is people out there are things that the meat eaters can claim as the way things should be. There are people that, you know, that go vegan and their lives completely get destroyed. How do you explain that? Some people believe that they have to have animal-based protein, and they'll justify that with whatever they end up justifying with. And who's right? Is it the vegan that's right, or is it the meat eater that's right? Well, both. And if you can stand in that layer of possibility, I mean, I can honestly tell all of you authentically, right here, right now, I went vegan for years, and my health went down the toilet. It did. Not only did I suffer from anemia really bad, like I didn't know. Now someone's gonna say, oh, just take B12. And folks, did they have B12 100 years ago? Were they popping capsules of B12 100 years ago? No, they were not. I don't know what was going on 100 years ago. Then some people say, oh, well, they were getting this and they were. Okay, but we're right now, right? So you got to take all these things into consideration. Now, again, I'm not promoting being a carnivore. I stopped eating animals in the sense of like meat and, you know, fish and chicken. I don't eat fish and pork and chicken and beef. I stopped doing that. I never ate shellfish even when I did eat meat. But you know why I stopped eating meat? It's because I love animals. So I did it because of ethic reasons. I did not do it because of my health. I stopped eating animals because of ethics, because I love animals. That's why I stopped. And I suffered. I can personally tell you, all listening and watching this, I suffered. My own health suffered based upon my ethics. I could have easily just like, oh, I have anemia. Well, I'm just going to go rush right back out. And, you know, and I have other things that happen, folks. And it's been a challenge. But I've done it because of ethics, because I love animals. That's my choice. But then I started to look into much deeper, on a much deeper level, on the machinations of the way this world works. Not just like, oh, you should be vegan because it's better for the planet and it's foo-foo, and not that. And not, you know, being a meat eater and people saying, well, you got to be a meat eater because you got to get all this and you got to get all that. Not because of any of those reasons. I started to study nature. And if you take theology and you start bringing the esoteric into this, just take theology, okay? It wasn't veganism. If you study the esoteric in the text, it was not veganism. I mean, if you take the basic story of Cain and Abel, Cain was the guy who offered up fruits and vegetables. And guess what happened with his sacrifice? Got shut down. So there's a lot of layers going on with this whole movement, right? So when you study nature and you look at nature and you realize that we are living out survival of the fittest, it doesn't give you the right to justify, well, you should be eating animals, or you should be a vegan. Just, you do you. The worst things that I see is people that are vegans and they'll judge somebody who's not. And it causes division. It's kind of like, so it's the same thing as someone being a Christian and you're not a Christian, and then they'll judge you because you're not born again. There's no difference. There's no difference by you saying that, oh, well, you're not my religion. Well, I can't like you. I can't hang out with you. Or I'm going to judge you. Folks, if you're a vegan, and you don't have to hang out with people that are carnivores, but if you are a vegan and you think that veganism is the only way, you don't understand how this reality works. Sorry, that is my opinion, but you haven't studied the machinations of the way this world works. You just haven't. And that's why I'm so adamant about making the truth your own. You are responsible for your own life. That's it. No one is responsible for your own life. Not your husband, not your wife, not your brother, sister, kids, nobody. You are responsible for your own life. So if you feel veganism is the way to be, then go be that. But if you so much as judge somebody who's not, you don't realize how the machinations of this world works. It makes you no better when you start to judge. So, those of you that are meat eaters, that consume animals, right? You got to ask yourself, well, why? What, do I need this? It's like I title myself, I'm plant-based. What is that? What does plant-based mean? The base of my food is plants. That's what plant-based means. So I can tell, like, people say, well, Logan, what do you have? What do you eat? I consume plants. The majority of my food is plants, vegetables, fruits. And then I went back to consuming, and I don't like eggs. I drink them just because I get the protein and the nutrients from the egg. Now, I want to be very crystal clear with all of you. The egg is acidic, yes. In its form, it's acidic. And no matter what, the reason why I went back to this, by the way, is, and my health was suffering, okay? It was a conscious choice. It was because of my mother that helped me and she's like, maybe you should check into eggs, and ethically, I know why you don't want to eat animals. Check into the egg, right? So I started to study the egg, and my whole entire life, I didn't even know this until I studied the freaking egg, and I realized it's not an animal. It's you can say it's a byproduct of an animal, but it's not an animal because there's no embryo in an egg. The embryo does not start to develop until after 21 days. And the chicken has to sit on it and incubate it, and then it starts to grow. So the yolk is not the embryo. It's the vitellus, and that feeds the embryo. And then you have the white, which protects everything else. So ethically, I decided that I would go and entertain that. So that's and I don't do it every day. I don't do it as much as I should. But I just drink a few here and there, just to get the protein and the nutrients. Because if you know how this works, this thing. See, if you're vegan, I see a lot of vegans super unhealthy. Why? Because you need 90 nutrients every single day, or right around there. And most people are creatures of habit, so they eat the same things. They lack nutrients. When you're a vegan, you pretty much have to supplement. You got to do a B12. And, the majority of the ones that I see, a big majority of vegans, they're not healthy. So you got to supplement. You can get away with it because then, what about your omega-3s? So you can only convert so much omega-3 doing the ALA, that route. So you can get into a really good omega-3 through an algae-based omega-3. You can get good ones now. So I think the technology is moving us towards the veganism. It's moving us towards that. It really is. It's moving us more towards that. But folks, if you think for 1 second that that's the only way, and you everybody else, they're bad people, and I see it here. I see it here around me. It's caused division. People thinking that's the only way to live your life. And if you don't live your life that way, you're a bad person. Folks, you're just as bad judging that person. You see, the machinations, this world is cruel. It's beautiful, but it is freaking cruel. Why is there suffering? It's allowed because it's the way this game operates. I don't like it. I don't like the suffering. I made this little video, and the video's called, it was a minute and something long. It was called Thou Shalt Not Kill. And the video was, it comes in from a black screen, and there's a guy, a butcher, and he's got the gun that they shoot the cow in the head with. He's got blood on his smock, and he's standing next to this bin where there's a cow in there, and the cow can barely see over it, but he can look over it. And he knows it's coming. He knows the guy's there to shoot him in the head. And the thing starts freaking out. And the guy lowers the gun down, and the cow just kind of gets calm. And as soon as he starts to raise that gun up, the cow starts freaking out again because it knows. And that's enough for me to say, ethically pains me. Like, folks, I'm at a consciousness level now where when I walk down the street, I'm purposely not stepping on the ants that I am, because if I didn't pay attention, I'd be killing them. But I pay attention. That's where I'm at. Does that make me any better of a person than somebody that doesn't do that? Here's my answer. No. But I'm not responsible for that person. It's not my life. I'm responsible for me and my decisions. And we don't know what happens when we leave this place. You can't say, well, if you're a meat eater, you're not going to ascend, if there is such a thing. If there is, let's just say there's a thing as ascension, like you can leave this game. There's no guarantee you get stamped that you're going to ascend if you're a vegan and someone's not. That's crazy thinking. Go start watching the BBC and Nature's Planet and those videos. Go watch nature. Go watch the animals, the predators. This whole ecosystem is designed on balance. That's what it's designed on. The blue whale, the largest animal in the world, opens up its mouth and tons of krill, like little shrimp, go inside its mouth. Probably have no idea that they're going to be eaten alive in the stomach of the whale. But they're just trying to survive. But they're designed for food. That's what their design is. So I started studying. I've really started to study nature really deeply. And then the esoteric, and now my decoding. And folks, this is where it bleeds in. The whole machinations of the world, how it bleeds into the script of this reality and how I can see the script. And if you're a fan of theology, folks, sacrifice was a crucial point of worship. Are you okay with that? Like some people, they're like, well, I'm not okay with that, but I'm okay. Well, which is it? People that call themselves Christians, you're actually Jewish because if you don't believe in the Old Testament, your Bible's incomplete. Guess who wrote the Old Testament? The Torah. It's Judaism. That makes you part Jewish. You don't have to admit that. You don't have to accept it. You don't have to agree with what I'm saying. But if it's a duck, it's a duck. In the Old Testament, there's a lot of killing going on, a lot of sacrifice going on, the smell of burnt flesh. You can read about all this stuff in there. It's all in there. So I started to study the cow. If folks, just for 1 second, just observe the cow. What is its purpose? Why is it here? What is it designed for? Like the krill. What is the krill designed for? Well, the blue whale, the largest animal in the world, that's its main supply of food. If it didn't have that, what would it eat? Lions, gazelles, that's its main source of food. What's the gazelle designed for? Food. Sharks, what do they eat? Other fish. Grizzly bears, polar bears. So what is the cow? What is its designed for? And then you start to look at human beings. And human beings being nothing more than cattle. Now, I know some of you'd be like, that's kind of really putting us down, but if you understand the machinations of the way this reality works, which is all just a big movie anyway, by the way, it's a simulation. It's not even real. I'll say that again, our reality is not even real. It's real to us, but not real to the reality outside of our reality. So you start to study the cow and you realize that we're cattle. We're the cows. We're the food. We're being eaten by our energy that we give off. And sure, maybe there's people that actually get sacrificed. And the blood gets spilled. And the energy that's stored up in the blood's got to go somewhere. So if you really start to study the cow, what is its purpose? And if no one ever killed another cow, what would happen? But go start to study the cow. Start to study the etymology of the cow, where the word came from. And you can clearly see the direct link of the cow being us. We are the cow. We are the cattle being rounded up, being herded up. That's why the word vaccine comes from the word vaca, which was from cows. The first vaccine by Edward Jenner was created from cowpox. And it goes even further than that, folks, because the word cow and cattle ends up, go study the etymology on this, is linked to the whole aspect of capital, currency. We're just currency, folks. That's it. That's the big secret that they're never going to tell you, the people that have the knowledge. We are the currency. Everything you say, everything you do, something's getting that energy. You can be a light worker, or you can be a demon. You can be someone who, tabs into that stuff. But make no mistake about it, folks. All of us are being utilized for our energetic food. And this reality that we are living out is scripted. And I have over 200 videos to support that. Again, going to a court of law. What do I have to prove my case? Here are my 200 videos. That's what I have. So for those of you that don't believe that, what do you got to support your case? That you don't think we're living in the script. You think you got control of your life. What do you got to support that? So, anyway. That's my big, long take on everything. Yeah, cows are beautiful, Bobby. All animals are beautiful. Millipedes, centipedes, frogs, alligators, mosquitoes. I don't like mosquitoes. But what do you think the mosquito thinks of the mosquito? Let's get to some of your questions. Wow, did I just really go off on a tangent and... Sabrina, Old Testament, New Testament, both are based on fear or love. Yeah, the Old Testament is fear-based primarily, and the New Testament is love-based. You got to look at the Old Testament. It was, do this or I'll kill you. Go kill those people. Go sacrifice those people. Those kids and those stories, like all those innocent kids that have nothing to do with the adults and their actions were put to death. That's not love. So are these real stories or are they allegories? So the Old Testament is fear-based. And then you have the New Testament where the Greeks write about the Christ coming and saying, hey, let's scrap those ways. Those ways don't work. It's about unity and brotherhood and love. But they come together as a unit. Can't have one without the other. Here, in this reality. Maybe that may change in a different density. I'm not going to debate that. But in this 3D reality, or 4D reality, it's fear and love down here. Survival of the fittest. We all have it. We all have it. It's inescapable here. We're all predators and prey, yeah. We all are part of that process. We all are predators at times, and then we're all prey at sometimes. So I'm going through your comments, which I wasn't paying attention to. You know, it's interesting because, you know, we have these, all of us, we have these morals. And in China, they eat dogs. Not everybody, but, you know. And the first thing that most people hear listening this, most of our dog lovers, you cringe, you can't believe it. But to some of them, it's just another animal. What's the difference? Why do some of you eat cows, but you don't eat dogs? Where do you draw the line to justify? And say, well, the dog's life is superior to the cow's life because that's the way we were programmed. Like, I had had furries all my life. I would never think of eating one. Where do you draw the line? Where is it okay? That it's okay to kill this beautiful cow, but that furry right there, oh no, you can't do that. That's a dog. Where did the human experience decide that the dog was okay not to kill, but the cow's got to go, got to eat that thing? When did we decide that? It's just if you really get down to this stuff, man, it's just, and people don't think about this stuff because they're too busy living life. We got to literally attack this stuff and address it. Mosquitoes love me. I give them chances, man. I give them chances. I'm like, and it's been rare here because I haven't had many in my casita, but if I hear them, man, I tell them and I give them a chance. And then if they don't listen, man, I have no mercy after I give them chances. Whether they're listening, I don't know, but I mean, it's me or them, right? Big shout out to Jordan over at Waters Above Crypto. That guy's become a really good friend of mine, and he's doing some amazing things. Go check out his channel, Waters Above Crypto, if you're a fan of crypto. And again, you know, folks, if we just, everything we've been talking about tonight, like crypto is causing so much division. It's like, why does it cause so much division? Because of what you believe? Like, just be neutral about it. And call it a day. If you don't want to get any crypto, cool. Don't get any. But what if? What if that's what's going to happen and you don't got any? You're going to be hating life. Just be prepared. It's like, you know, I mean, I have 20 gallons of water. Like, I don't think that's prepared. If this craziness is going to happen, I'm not prepared. I'm going to have to really be suffering, and maybe I can go weeks without eating because I fasted. I know some of you can't fast one day. You're not prepared. You're not prepared. I'm not saying go out there and start practicing fasting, but it's a healthy habit that you can do. If your stomach owns you, then, you know, it's going to be it could be. Say that, it could be. Could be challenging. Cows are holy in India, most definitely. Are we all being played? Well, that's going to come down to an opinion. I got over 200 videos saying that the people, places, and things, our life is being scripted. It's scripted. We're following a script. How much play do you have in that? I don't know. But we're definitely following a script. That I can support that. Again, going into a court of law, I'd bring my mounds of evidence and I would be able to support that. If I would go against somebody who says we're not scripted, bring your support. Let's see what you got. And I'm very confident that 99.999% of all people that say it's not scripted will not be able to bring any evidence to court to prove their case. Stephen Cabinet, do I do earthing? Yes, of course. We talked about that. You must have missed that. So welcome out. Of course. I live 500 steps to the beach, and I get out there as much as I can. One of the reasons why I chose this place to live is because of that, because I wanted to get more out in nature. I spend a god-awful amount of hours in front of technology. I have a love of technology, so it's very acidic. So, you know, to balance my life out, I get out there. I work out 5 to 6 times a week. I drink a lot of water. I eat a lot of plants, fruits, and I'm out by the ocean as much as I can. And I do my grounding here in the house. I got that stuff. So yeah, Pinker, just get some crypto. I just get a couple $100 worth. That's it. It's better to be safe than sorry. That's all I got to say. If I'm wrong, great. No harm, no foul. I just can't see. I can't, it just doesn't, it's kind of like going back to a rotary phone. If you look at the history, people don't study the history of the timelines. If you look at the history of money, when Wall Street was born, when the crash happened, when Bretton Woods happened, when the Nixon shock happened, most people don't have a clue about history and these dates. And empires rising and falling. It's not the end of the world, folks. It's just things are going to change. And I can't fathom if you look at the handwriting on the wall with the dollar, more money has been printed in the past 10 years or something like that than it's ever been done. And then these stimulus checks, it's just a big pump. What's going to happen? You think that's just going to keep going? That's not just with the dollar, folks. It's with every currency. It's all part of the script. Yeah, past predicts future, future predicts past. That's past, present, future. That's the infinity symbol, which is everything. It's it. It's the black sun and the white sun. It's the wolf. You have an infinity symbol over your face. Your two eyes make up past, present, and future. Third eye included. You are, I am, we all are part of the infinity loop, which never stops. Just the game just changes. If you want to know more about that, you got to study astrology coupled with numerology. Caroline, you just can't change some people's belief systems. Well, it's not our job to do that. Most people are set in their ways, and that's it. I'm set in my own ways, but I discover research. I do countless hours of research, and many of you great decoders, I learned from you. I can't give credit to everybody because I just lose track, and I try to when I give credit where credit's due, but I'm constantly learning. And what's right now may be wrong later, tomorrow. Sammy 47, our lives are scripted to a certain degree. Okay? Jordan says it's all going to go up in September. Yeah, Jordan from Waters Above Crypto. He's got a lot of great content. Him and we're going to be doing another podcast, part 3, very soon. I just talked to him on the phone the other day. We're going to be, I think the topic's going to be deception versus influence. We're moving into a changing of the guards. Like it or not. Some of you, it's like you still want to hang on to your CD players. I don't. I'll bet every single one of you watching this transmission, I will bet my life that you do not own the same cell phone that you did 5 years ago. I'll bet my life on it. Why? because you want the new technology, or because your phone is outdated. So you're forced to. How many times you want to use something, you can't, because it's like, oh, you gotta get the new. Like I actually own an iPad 1. I still have my first iPad that I bought, and I use it. It has all my books on it. I have like 200 digital books, and I have it over by my nightstand, and I pull it, I read. That thing, I can't use it for some of the new apps because the operating system is outdated and you can't update it anymore. Apple doesn't let you. So you're forced to buy a new iPad. So, I mean, same with the cell phones. None of you own the same cell phone you had 5-10 years ago. Just you don't. You have a smartphone now. Everybody has smartphones. No one has flip phones anymore. Those are outdated. Nobody has bag phones from the 1980s. Nobody's got a rotary phone on the wall. Folks, it's ludicrous thinking. I think, and then this is my opinion, I think it's just really ridiculous to think that crypto's not coming into this reality. It's either this reality gets completely reset and it's completely looks like something else. That may be a possibility. But it's kind of like, looking back on the rotary phone in the 1970s, it's like you want to be in the science fiction, you want to be like, oh, I can remember the days when you're like, oh my God, I can look in the future, I can talk to somebody through this little device, face-to-face video talk. Now it's common. People just walking around the streets talking to their phones. It's here. But no, crypto's not coming. The digital currency, no. The phones, that happened, and Rand McNally Maps is now the navigation in your phone. And 8-track players are now MP3s, but cryptocurrency, no, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. Folks, I sound like a lunatic saying that. What's up, Kevin? Kirtland, you miss CD players? I don't. I don't miss them skipping. I don't miss having scratches on my CD and having to carry around all the CDs in my case and all that stuff. No. Yeah, everybody wants to have the shiny new toy. Sabrina, absolutely. We all want to have the shiny new things. This is like that. And what do you think the architect wants? If everybody here can agree that we all like the shiny new toys, like why do you go out and buy a new pair of shoes? Why do you go out and buy a new pair of sneakers? Why do you go out and buy a new cell phone? Why do you go out and buy a new TV? Why do you go out and buy a new car? Because you get bored. You conform to the old stuff and it doesn't give you pleasure anymore. The story of the person who gets the new car, like they'll buy that $150,000 Mercedes and they'll have that pride of ownership. Like, oh, let me go show it off to my friends. Maybe you bought a new car and what do? You can't wait to go, let me show you my new car. And you'll go hang out with your friend who's got the new car and they're like, oh, and you got food, right? And they're like, oh, you can't eat my car. You can't eat my car. No, don't bring that coffee in here. Nobody's drinking any coffee in my car. And then 6 months later, there's French fries on the floor and there's coffee spilt in the middle console. It's like, what happened? Well, you conform. It's not a new car anymore. There's no newness anymore to it. You're used to it. What do you think the architect that created this reality, who's been through countless games, countless stages, has seen it all? What do you think this reality is just going to stay the same? No, it's just going to keep going the same way. Folks, that's crazy thinking. Crazy. We are in for a major change. As it should be, because this earth is polluted, it's dirty, Mother Nature is sick. And we all have had a hand in it, by the way. No one can escape that fact. We are all have had a hand in the demise of this planet. That's the job of the planet, is to give. And we take. We are parasites. Can't help it. There's a lot of authenticity in owning that position, by the way. Yes, I am behind in the chat log. Thank you for... I've been really going off on tangents tonight. I don't apologize for that, but... Logan, when's the Shemitah decoding? I got to come out with that soon, right? Because the new Jewish New Year's coming up in a couple days. So I got that stuff I got to come out. I'm so behind right now with this, with the Syncretism Society. I got to get them content out. I got a podcast tomorrow. I got to figure out what I'm going to be contributing to Syncretism Society. But it's going to be fun. I cannot give you any financial advice, James. I don't know if you're asking me this question. Should I use up my credit cards? I can't give you any financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. I can only suggest to you what I feel is coming down the pike. And if you can't see their handwriting on the wall with the way technology has moved, we're going from gasoline to electric. Think about this. Gasoline's going to be phased out. I don't know how long that's going to take, but we're moving into electric. The L. Some of you got to get this. Yeah, currencies are already digital. Folks, the majority of you, there are exceptions, you've already been programmed to use plastic to do your transactions. You don't give, there's no exchange. You just swipe or stick your card in with the chip. You're already programmed to use the chip. I just don't, some of you are talking about this crypto and the whole big topic on the world stage. That's obviously being pushed. Like, if you don't do this, you're not going to get this. How far is it going to go? How far is that going to go? And if that keeps going, folks, and there's really no end to it, we got years more. Think about this, possibly. If we got more years ahead of the same things that are going on the world stage and it keeps going, how deep is this going to go before it bottoms out? We may have more time. I'm not going to be a fan of it, of course not. But are we even at the bottom to where the empire must fall? I don't know. It's a tough one. What site do I use for crypto? I use Uphold, and my wallet is Exodus right now. And I don't have a ton, but I feel pretty confident from the people that I follow and the coattails that I ride, including Jordan. I feel pretty confident. I'm diverse personally. But again, that's just finances, folks. What if there's food shortages? And that's already happening right now in the US. I don't know if it's going to happen around the world. Maybe the US is going to just be the anchor. And that's going to get hit the hardest. And Just want to throw this out there. There was a movie that came out in the 1980s called Red Dawn. Patrick Swayze. Some of you saw it. And it got remade again in 2012, I think it was, with, what's his name from Thor? The actor for Thor played the main character. Is it possible that there will be a Chinese invasion into the U.S.? Don't rule it out, folks. They come to take the guns for a reason. You got to look at everything. You got to look at everything. What is my thoughts on what's going to happen at the Jewish New Year? Well, this Jewish New Year, September 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, I think it is, or the 6th through the 9th, I think it is. Is it the 6th through the 9th? Or I don't remember. 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, or something like that, is the year 5782 on the Jewish calendar. See, I think next year is the big year. That's not to say that massive change and upheavals and craziness is going to happen this fall, because I think it will. But let's say it doesn't. Well, I mean, I say next year is an even bigger year, because next year is the 5,783rd year on the Hebrew calendar, and it's the year 2022. It's the triple twos, and that 5,000. If you go to numberempire.com, go type it in. 5783. It's the 759th freaking prime number. Next year, 50th Jubilee year. Next year. It's between this year and next year, but it's tied into 2022. And the 5,783 next year. 759th prime number. What's 759? 59 is the game of life. That's your contract with the God. 59. 59 reduces to 14. 14 is time, Satan, God. 14 is man, because it reduces to the 5. And then we have the number 7 before the 59. 7 means completion. 7 is the 7-year cycle. So 759 is tied to the 5,783, which is the next Jewish New Year, which is 2022. That's where I feel is going to be the major change is next year. Jeremiah 10:23 says there's a higher power that's controlling our every step. I didn't recognize that scripture. Jeremiah 10, I'll have to check it out. Thanks, George. Folks, predestination is what we live out. Predestination is 55. The element iron is 55. And the element iron is the 26th element. What is 26? The G-O-D. The Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh in the original Hebrew spelling is 20-6. The 26th element is iron. What's in our blood, folks? Iron. Folks, we are living out predestination. I have tons of support. Tons. Countless hours that I could show you to support. I'm not going to say prove. I'm only going to say support. And if I were to go to a court of law against anybody that wants to debate that, I would love to see what you're going to bring to the courts to prove that we're not living through predestination. I would love to see it. Matter of fact, it's not even a challenge, because I'm not here to try to defend. But if you think we're not, I'm all ears. Send me an email on what you would bring to the courts to support that we're not living out a life of predestination. I'd love to see it. I would love to see it. I'm all for it. Bring it. DecodeYourReality@gmail. If you think you have something to say that we're not living out a life of predestination, show me your support. I'd love to see it. I got I have slides after slides after slides after slides. Countless hours of research, all leading to predestination. All of it. And I'm totally cool with it because there's nothing you can do about it. Eric Ruffino, buy land. Sure, buy land. Buy land would be great. The scripture isn't a prophecy, it's a plan. It's a spell book. The scriptures are a spell book. Any text are magic spells. They're spell books. The most popular book in the entire world is the Holy Bible. So using common sense and logic, if that's the most read, the most prophesied, the most popular book on the world stage, the most copies, everything, and everybody's reading from it, it's a spell book. Every time someone reads, they cast the spells. Makes it come true. That's why you go read it like, oh, look at all these things coming true. Yeah, because everybody's casted the spells. But it's part of the script. Jane, there's no reason to flag anybody. Oh, you're doing a laugh out loud. Okay, cool. But somebody mentioned mouse. I think I gotta end this transmission. It's like 3:30 in the morning here, and I could keep going, but I have a big day today, Sunday. But anyway, this card right here says a lot. This is the mouse card, and the word duality equals 20. The word Mason equals 20. The word Jesuit equals 20. How about that? Guess what they are? Just like you. See, we're all little mice. That's what it's telling us. Duality. We're all mice. We're in the mouse trap. You ain't getting out. It's just it. What do human beings do? What do they experiment on? Mice, rats, rabbits. How cruel. Is it cruel to inject mice and rats and rabbits and make them suffer? Is that okay on your ethical level? Is that totally fine on your ethical level? Are you okay with that? Well, if you go into the scientific community, of course, they're going to justify it because they'll be like, well, without our experimenting, you wouldn't have the things you have. Just like some people say, oh, you should be thanking all the servicemen for all their service, the military, because without them, you wouldn't have any freedom. What a load of freaking bullshit is that? Go to the source of it all. Most wars are man-made anyway, so go to the source, get rid of the man-made aspect, and you wouldn't have to rely on a military to provide you safety and security. But nonetheless, that's not what this is about. But I'm saying is that where do you draw the line with experimentation? And if, again, it's fractal. So if man is experimenting on animals, what do you think you think we're not being experimented on? I'm not talking about bringing you into a laboratory and shooting you up full of stuff. Although right now, what's going on in the world stage? What's going on right now as we speak? It's a big freaking experiment. But if you just take that idea off the world stage, you think that there's no experiments going on with the human being itself, the Homo sapiens that we are? You think that we're not being experimented on? Folks, we're little pets. I just reminded me. This reminded me of something. Yeah, pets. Pets is 20. Pets. We're little pets. Mice, 20. Pets, 20. We're little pets, folks. That's what we are. It's like, I some of you, and I'm not trying to point the finger, and again, I'm being very neutral, but it's like some of you have lizards in a cage. How about the poor lizard? It's like, do you think it wants to be stuck in the cage? Why do you keep it in the cage? Oh, because I want to watch the lizard. It's cool to watch the lizard. And I'm not mocking you. I'm just being funny. Some of you that have those are snakes or whatever, turtles. But like, set them free. Would you want to be in a cage? Do you want to be experimented on? See, people are like, oh, don't put that thing. I'm not going to get that thing. I'm not going to get that. I'm not going to go get experimented on. But then they'll sit home and then they got these animals in a cage and they justify that. But like, oh, it's fun. Folks, let's be authentic with ourselves, man. Let's be authentic being human beings, because we're not authentic human beings. If it inconveniences your life, you will be completely suppressing and against it. But if it's a convenience in your life, you will justify it. So, if you consume cows, you'll justify that. But if someone in China eats a dog and you got a dog at home, it's an inconvenience. You can't do that though. Wow, I can't believe that they eat dogs over there in China. When you got all these frozen steaks in your refrigerator. That's okay though. And you'll justify that because a dog is a domesticated animal and a cow's not. Where's the ethics in that? God, this world, man. Whew. $30 million people evicted. Yeah, probably more than that, my friends. There's a lot of things they don't talk about. Of course. It doesn't work to their advantage. Do you personally, I'm not pointing out anybody here, but do you use anything in your life that inconveniences you? Do you purposely put out things onto the world that inconvenience you, that bring your life down? Remember, you're an archetype. The news stations, they're archetypes. They're not going to be putting out things that are going to drag them down, that are going to reduce their frequency. They're only interested in increasing their frequency. That's it. That's their game. They want to be alive. They want to stay alive. Everything wants to stay alive. This is survival of the fittest. This is about frequency. The news is an archetype. And they're not going to put out anything that brings their frequency down. They're not interested in that. That's not how they survive. The internet goes down, crypto goes down. Absolutely. But I mean, do you see that happening? I mean, folks, do you realize what kind of an inconvenience that would be to all of you watching this? I mean, there's probably going to be some that can be exceptions in this, but the majority of you love your internet. You're using it right now. And the majority of you would not, it would be an inconvenience if you didn't have it. So it's like, don't justify, crypto's bad and, if the internet, you can't. Folks, if the internet goes down, your life is going to change massively. Your life will be inconvenienced if the internet goes down. And let me tell you something, when your life is inconvenienced and you're forced, you're going to be irritated. You'll get irritated. When your life is inconvenienced, you'll primarily get irritated. It will rub you the wrong way. And then guess what happens to your frequency? It goes down. The majority of you love your internet, you love your technology. Just own that space. It's totally cool to be authentic for once, instead of dancing around and not being authentic with it. If the internet goes down, folks, do you realize what's going to happen to the economy and the way you live your life? And you know what people say, oh, I can't wait. Oh, that's, and you're so angry at the world that you just want it to burn, some of you. You just want it to burn. And your life's going to get impacted by that. It's going to inconvenience your life. And when the shitstorm happens the way you want it to, you're going to be pissed. You're going to get irritated, and guess what's going to happen to your frequency? It's going to go, more than likely, they're going to be, again, there is exceptions, but the majority of people, no, it's going to affect, your frequency will go down. It will. You're literally your own demise. I mean, folks, the biggest conglomerate is Amazon, and the majority of you shop on Amazon. You use it, you love it. It's a convenience. Yeah, Jeremy, if the internet went down right now, it would be over. It would be over soon because, folks, everything runs off of the internet, folks. Like, I go eat. I'm here in Mexico, okay? They're like behind technology. And you go to the restaurants, they're using wireless credit card machines to take your bill and pay for it. In the US, it's all internet-based. You go to the grocery store, internet-based. So if that thing goes down, it's going to set things back big time. Do you really want that to happen? Are you a fan? Are you a cheerleader on the sideline saying, yeah, burn it down? Are you that angry at the world? Don't you want it to grow and thrive? Just get rid of the evil, not get rid of the world. Yeah, I mean, no electricity, gas. Do you really want to be in that scenery? Where you got to be taking buckets of water to flush your toilet after you take a dump? Do you really want to be in that reality? Some of you are so angry at the world, you're like on the sidelines cheering that on. That's all acid, by the way. There's no love in that. There's no love in that space. That's all acid. You can try to package it any way you want, but that space is all acid. And you're like, it's your own demise. I mean, there's so many opinions. Food shortages and water shortages and this and that, and it's like, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. But nobody's ready. Nobody here is ready. I know I'm not ready because I don't know what's coming down the pike. And if it's going to be as bad as everybody's projecting it to be, your vibrational frequency, man, is going to be under duress. How are you going to handle it? Where your smile's going to be? How are you going to wake up happy? You're going to be acid central. Because your frequency is based on acid and alkaline, just like your pH level in your body. And if the shit hits the storm, like some of you are projecting here, and you're just so happy about it, you're in for a world of hurt. And you don't even realize it because you're just so angry at the world. All right, I'm gonna end my transmission. I'm not saying everybody's cheering it on. If I used absolutes, my apologies. I retract that statement. But there's a lot of people that are cheering on burning down the world. Just can't wait. Folks, do you know what kind of karma you're putting out? Like, you can't wait for people to die and get rid of them and kill them off. And folks, you don't want that karma, if there is such a thing. Just make your frequency go up. That's it. And the majority of people, you know what they're doing? They're too busy projecting onto the world on what everybody else is doing. And trying to say, oh, look at what they're doing, and they're doing this, and now that's not right, and oh, that can't be. And they're not even paying any attention to their own frequency in their own world. And it just keeps going down and down because they're just consuming all this acid. And it's working for the people that know how the machinations of this world works. They're getting exactly what they knew they were going to get. Because people are buying it hook, line, and sinker. They're buying into the news. It's all acid. They're buying into the presidency. All acid. They're buying into these stories in Afghanistan. All acid. I'm not saying ignore these. But anytime you think about them, talk about them, give it your emotional energy, it's either raising your frequency or lowering it. Can't do both. It's a sliding scale. Man, it's just, yeah, I mean, just stand in a layer of neutrality for once in your life if you've never done that. You know, personally, I'm gonna pull a card for all of us. We're gonna do a collective card, just really quickly. But folks, if you can just remove yourself from the static on the world stage, all the craziness that's going on, just observe it and just know that's the script. It's part of the script. Like, you know, when you get in your car and it has a full tank of gas, the script is, you know, the car is going to go so many miles on that full tank of gas. That's the script that you programmed into the car by filling it up with a full tank of gas. You know that's what's going to happen. Like, I'm good on gas for a while. Folks, you should know, you can see the script on the world stage and not be attached to any of the outcomes, because there's so many possibilities. Folks, we could really be and have entities from another dimension come into this reality. It's possible. You can't rule it out. And then there's also the possibility of having a fake alien invasion, which is a big buzzword around. That's possible. For this, the possibilities right now that are on the world stage are so massive right now. But if you can just remove yourself from the toxicity of the world, the acid that is bringing so many people to their knees, they're so wrapped up in whether or not they're going to get this, and whether or not that person's going to get that, and whether or not they're going to keep doing this. Now, I'm not saying don't go out there and fight if you feel like your intuition is telling you to go fight and go speak your mind. Go do that if you want to do that, if you feel like it's part of your code. But just remain in your center point, in your power point. Don't give your frequency to these things. Just stand your ground. Speak your truth if that's what you feel you got to do. But don't get wrapped up in all the static out there of what everybody else is doing. Because what they're doing doesn't matter what you're doing. What they're doing has no relevance on what you're doing. So much distraction going on out there. Wow. Folks, I mean, what happened to the mass shootings? How come there's none of those going around? They didn't need to, that card doesn't get to be pulled now. It doesn't need to be pulled. There's some other chaos going on. You can see the patterns. It's just ludicrous. It's funny. What's not funny is when they really happen and there are people that end up dying. But there's so much static, and people give so much of their attention to the static, and that allows them to be off the hook. Like my life, my life sucks because of them. It's their fault. My life sucks. Whereas if you go back 10 years when none of this stuff was going on, their life sucked. 10 years ago, it still sucked. And it was everybody's fault back then, 10 years ago. And 20 years ago, it was their fault. And it was them and they. So many people just living through the life of, it's not my fault, it's everybody else's fault because I don't want to look bad. They're going to be the scapegoats. It's them, it's they, it's their fault. That's the sad reality. All right. So I mean, folks, if you watch the news, watch it like it's entertainment. Watch it like it's a movie. Try not to get emotionally involved with it. I'm sure, and I can't prove this, but I'm sure many of the things that happen on the world stage are just staged. They're not even real. So just like a movie, you go and you cry before the movies. They're not real people. They're actors acting out a script. They're reading a script. But you're over there crying, oh my God, I can't believe she left him for that. Oh my God. That's how we're programmed. And they got you hook, line, and sinker on the stuff that's not even real on the world stage that you think is real. You're getting emotionally involved with it. And guess who's getting their energy? They are. They're sucking the energy out of you. And you'll gladly give it to them, some of you. All right. So let's pull a card and I'm going to end this transmission. It's 3:45 in the morning. I can keep going. Okay. So I'm going to pull one card only tonight. I'm going to make it short, sweet, and simple. If you need more information on the card I'm going to pull, on what I'm about to pull, you can go to type in the card in your favorite search engine. And if the card is whatever, you type in that card and then Truly Teach Me Tarot or Teach Me Tarot, and you'll get some more renditions of what it means to have. But I'm going to pull a card for the collective on this transmission right now. It's going to be one card from the middle of the deck. I've already shuffled them, so it's going to be inside this deck right here. And the collective consciousness question would be, what do we all have to do? What do we all have to focus on the world stage today to make this world a better place, to make this world forward progression, to make this world not as chaotic, not as crazy as it is today? In your perfect world, in what you consider perfect, like you wake up and it's a Truman Show day, when he didn't realize he was stuck. How do we create that world? What do we all got to do collectively through the cards? What do the cards want to tell us? So that'll be the question. I'm pulling all-nighter. Now, all right, so I'm going to jack up the music. 30 seconds. What do we got to do? What does the collective have to do to make us have more love in the world? Get rid of the acid so we can wake up, have fun, and party and have a good time again. What do we got to do? So let's just jack up the music a little bit. 30 seconds. I'm going to come right back. Just focus on that question. Okay. Sabrina, it's 1:50 p.m. there. Well, you got your whole day ahead of you. And it's almost 2 a.m. in Cali. And it's almost 4 a.m. here in Mexico. And I roll late. All of you know how I roll. Okay. So, the answer. What do we all got to do? What do we all got to do, folks? Here we go. Middle of the deck. There's the middle. And the card is, wow. Let me just pull the card from today too, because this is really interesting. Wow, wow, wow. So today's card, well, yesterday's card, because it's now the 29th of August, but yesterday's card, August 28th, was this card right here. The Jack of Hearts. The Knight of Hearts. Card number 11. The number of magic is the number 11. The number of electricity is a number 11. And this Jack, the J, can lead to Jesus, right? Because this is one of the Jesus cards. It sits in the cross, in the very dead center of the cards of illumination. In the chart, the boilerplate chart, this card sits in the dead center of the cross when you make the cross on that chart. Jack of Hearts. This was the card of the day for August 28th when I started this transmission. And this was the card that we all pulled collectively, me being the catalyst, is the Knight of Cups, which is that card right there. So what does this Knight of Cups mean? We must stand in love. This knight is not showing any signs of going into battle. This knight is coming in on a horse that is very calm. The knight is sitting on a horse that's gray, neutrality. And he's holding a cup. And he's coming back from victory. And he's showing the world what his winnings were, which is love. Love. I mean, it says it loud and clear. And, you know, if I really break this down even more through the numbers, depending on how you observe the tarot and the spread and the lineages, because there are several, this is card number 47. 47. And I don't have to remind any of you what that 47 means. But we need, it's love, folks. It's all about, it's the world needs more love. It needs more alkalinity, and we are so heavy acid. So if you're, I'm going to end this transmission by asking you to observe your own personal life tomorrow when you wake up, or today as you go through your day. How much, forget about love and fear. Just focus on how much acid are you projecting out onto the world? How much acid are you contributing to? How much acid do you attach to? Acid is the news. How much news do you watch? How many of the tabloids do you read of the news? How much energy do you give to the political platform and the stories in the news, which are mainly acid-based? It's a personal journey, folks. I'm not responsible for the way you walk in your shoes and vice versa. But you're either going to this is raising your frequency. It's coming in, say, look what I got. I won. Love. I've raised my frequency. If you're giving acid to the world, if you're paying tribute to the tabloids and the news And if you're giving energy and you're getting angry at the world and why are they going to do that? I can't believe my neighbor went out, my sister did that. Folks, if you're doing that, that's not love, it's acid. Forget about the static in the world. This has been an ongoing collective card pull because the majority of the cards that I've been pulling week after week have been telling us to go within, focus on yourself. Forget about trying to project on the external, outside of you, and what they're doing. That's all you escaping your own self, because it's easy to project and go with the acid of the world because it lets you off the hook of your own personal life. And you're not doing anything wrong. My life's perfect. It's them. They're the ones that are at fault. That's you just being acid. You can be as loving as you want, but if you're if you're projecting this kind of energy, you're just projecting acid, and you're giving acid to the world, and you're tearing down that love, and you don't even know it. So stand in your power, folks. Stand in your power and know that love always wins. That's the great part. And, detach from the static of the world. That's how you become the most powerful person you can become. Stay in the middle path. Neutrality. Stand in that power. Bring your love in the middle, in the center. This is where your heart is anyway. I know it's a little bit off to the right, but it's right here. The tree is right here. Stand in the center. Okay? Stand in the center. Stop projecting. All right. So, thanks each and every one. I want to give a big shout out to all of you that have contributed to this great research. This What's Your Question? This is 19. We have 20 coming up. Shout out to the Syncretism Society. Shout out to Waters Above Crypto, my sponsor, thehealersproject.com. I got some new t-shirts coming. I'm excited. I got some new t-shirts coming. I'll be sporting those. Probably if they come before next week or the week after, I got some brand new t-shirts. I'll maybe sporting those from thehealersproject.com. So a big shout out to the Syncretism Society. Send out some love to Danny and Santos and Anne-Marie and all those over at the Syncretism Society. And a big shout out to all of you out there on the world stage doing your thing. Just stand in love, baby. That's where it's at. So that's all I got for today, folks. My name is Logan. This is Decode Your Reality for What's Your Question number 19. That's a wrap. We will see you later.